Hey, that's illegal! Oh my gosh! What? 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 Oh my gosh! What is happening? Oh my gosh! What the heck is happening? I'm trying to curl my mustache over here. Oh my gosh! Monster was taken. What are you doing? I wasn't even at the computer. Oh. I don't even have a number on the screen right now. Oh my goodness. Monster was taken. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Okay, let me adjust a little bit here. Hang on. I still wasn't ready. You forced me into this. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Monster was taken for the 5 big ones. Hey, for the 5 big subbies. Kenny, you're late. What? Late? What do you mean? I told you that I'd be a little bit late, right? Oh, Woo, are you over in the Discord? You gotta be in the Discord. If you want to get all the updates, you guys, I always keep the, if I'm gonna update anywhere, I'm gonna update the Discord. I said that I'd be at least an hour late. So I warned you. I warned you. You should have been there. You should have been there to be. You're either there or you're square. You're square. I said an hour late? I did? Is that true? Let me read what it says. It says at least 1+ hour late, which is awkward grammar. But I said, not only did I say at least, but I also put 1+. How you like that? 1+ and at least. That's 2 different excuses that I got right there. Hey, set up 2 different excuses for myself. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You can't stop me now. Don't stop me now, Lupus. How you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Lupus, Calico, Kayla, Rich Tor, Awu, Monster, Champion, Jedi's here. Aw, yeah, Divey's here. Hello, everybody. Hi, Riley. You kind of missed a protein shake on your computer yesterday and broke it? You broke your computer with water damage? Oh my gosh, that is horrible. I am sorry to hear that. That is honestly the worst. Oh my gosh. That is absolutely horrendous. Poor computer. Rest in peace, computer, but double rest in peace, you. Frag him up in the pirate. How are you doing? What's up? Hey, by the way, you guys, it's 5 subs and the show hasn't even started. You guys are so sweet. You're tired? You work 10 hours a day? You just got home? Gonna get you some dinner now. Oh, sounds good. Get some dinner. Hey, go get some noms. Go get some nom-noms. Pastel Kenny loving this sweatshirt. Oh, thank you, Celestial. But yeah, I was gonna say, speaking, and hi, Celestial. By the way, this is why I'm wearing this. And I almost was wearing my glasses, but I took them off. Today's probably going to be a more chill stream. We're probably going to sit back. We're going to probably just enjoy each other's company, catch some Pokemon. I don't think that we're going to go I don't think that we're going to shiny hunt today. I did some shiny hunting last night, but I think that we're going to catch all the Pokemon that we can. And while we're doing that, we're going to level up our Pokemon for the final battle. But regardless, the main point is that because I'm late and because I'm setting up stuff, I'm not quite ready to like jump straight back into a big stream. So we're gonna just sit back and enjoy. Just do some chilling. There'll be no working out. There'll be no juggling. Though you might sucker me into juggling a little bit. I don't know. I honestly, now that I think about it, I was looking up juggling moves, and I am halfway to a juggling move that I didn't even realize was a move. There's actually the move that I do. What is it? It's like the over the mountain move. Whoa, I can't do it right now. But the move that kind of goes like over the mountain, that's actually part of a juggling move. That's like a popular move, and I did not know that. Are you gonna give us the new PO box? Yeah, you've got it, Von Chick. It's yeah, the PO box should be updated if you wanna try it out. But yeah, it's also PO now. Yeah, I removed the old one because Dai updated it. Hooray! That's the PO box. Okay, I wanted to say that juggling move, this one that I might not be able to pull off right now, that throw over is actually half of a half shower. So there's a move that like you continually throw over, and that's what I'm working on. That's what I wanna practice next. Also that three and one thing, or the two and one, where you toss the one and then the two and then the one and then the two. Those are apparently the ones that I'm supposed to work on next. Those are the juggling moves that I'm gonna work on. So the half shower, I think I'm gonna practice the half shower offline a little bit, and hopefully tomorrow I'll be ready to re-enable the juggling and everything. We'll get right back to it. But I was busy, had a meeting with the mods, getting my mod application ready. It will be released tonight after stream. After the stream, I need to tweak a couple of questions, and then we will totally release. Oh, thank you. Good. Oh, did you just change it? Good vibes.
Oi! Monster underscore was underscore taken tip $13.37.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Monster was taken, just gifted third. What? What? Third. Thank you for. Thank you so much for the big tip. What the heck? Hey, thank you so much for the big tip. Monster was taken with the $13 tip. Oh my gosh. What? Thank you so much for the $13.37. Yo, Monster was taken. I appreciate it. Holy moly. The chaotic supporting continues. No, my title's broken. I'm sorry. I actually updated the title, but for some reason it didn't save. Did I mess it up? I changed it to let me see if I can fix it. I'm sorry. Let me see. I changed it to oh, Pikachu's so cute. So cute. Hang on. Let me just update my glitter a little bit really quick. Chaotic support. It is. It's so chaotic. I need to buy more G Fuel. I actually ran out. But I just put cozy catchin'. That's what I titled it. And for some reason it removed it. There we go. Okay. That ought to fix it. There we go. Cozy catching. That's all. We're just going to catch some Pokemon and hang out. That's what we're doing. Chaotic support. Sparkle Nerd is here. Hooray! Sparkle Nerd, Von Chick. How are y'all doing? Those with the sharp eyes can determine that I've played a little bit outside of stream. What?
Taken tipped $13.37.
What? $13 more dollars? What? Are you trying to get me to have a pizza night? I will have a pizza night. You mark my words. Thank you so much for $13 tip. What? Chaos. Absolute chaos. What's happening? Holy moly. Thank you, Monster was taken. Oh my gosh. Oh, you are at work? Oh no. Do you want a toy platypus? Yes, please. Toy platypuses. That's the kind of monster that you want in your closet. Holy moly. It's chaos. Thank you so much for the wholesome chaos. Monster was taken. Goodness. And yes, we got our shiny. Look. There. I think that's a he. There he is. In all of his glory. Look at him. Beautiful. The only thing that I really want is that I want a shiny Eevee. I want to keep an Eevee. It's beautiful. I'm crying. I know it is most beautiful. Most beautiful. I was shiny hunting last night for like 6 hours. I was trying to find
Monster_was_ taken tipped $20.
$20? Monster was taken. This isn't a bidding war with yourself. Holy moly. FBI, open up. Could we please put some hype in the chat for the insane support that Monster was taken is just dropping on the... What's happening? What is going on? Monster's taken! Monster was taken. Thank you so much for the big support. What the heck? 2 $13 tips and a $20. You don't know. Thank you so much. That means a lot. That means a lot. That means that I can buy us some more games. Oh boy, thank you so much. Hey, and Dog and the Doggo's here. Hello, Loving Life. How are you doing? I love that name. Hello, what's up? Loving Life. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Hope you're having a splendid day, my friend. We're just going to catch some Pokemon. First, I want to show off our beautimous Pokemon that we caught last night. Our beautiful shiny. I think that, oh yes. This is what I have done. I switched out Blastoise, and I want Vaporeon to be on the team. I don't care if Vaporeon is only water type. So is Blastoise. And Blastoise looks like a giant gun turtle, and this is way cuter. This is super duper cute. I mean, just look at that little baby. Look at that downturned mouth, just like a panda mouth or a cat mouth. It's adorable. Just water is perfect. I know. We're gonna keep this as just a water Pokemon. The sweet baby. But yes, we're gonna have that, and the reason that we're in this area is because if I'm not mistaken, this is where we find what is it? A Nidoking? Is that the name of it? Nidoking? I believe that that's over here. Yes, there should be a Nidoking somewhere in Route 23, and I was searching last night and I couldn't find them. I found like a bunch of Nidoqueens. But I couldn't find the king. Is this the shiny? Yes. So the shiny, oh, it's Nidoking. Okay, thank you. Nito. Nito. But yeah, the shiny Eevee is actually kind of a silver color, and I want to catch another one, but not tonight. The shiny Eevee is a beautiful like white kind of color. And then whenever you turn it into Vaporeon, it's purple instead of blue. So Vaporeon's, yeah, normally blue, but it turns purple, and it's so beautiful. I think that it's, personally, I think that it's the best shiny Eeveelution in this game. It's not my favorite shiny Eeveelution, though. My favorite one would probably be, maybe, what's not Glaceon. The one that's fairy. The fairy one is so pretty. The fairy one's very pretty. I very much like that one. Umbreon's a little bit underwhelming, but I love the normal Umbreon. I think I almost like normal Umbreon better than shiny. Sylveon, yes, Sylveon is so pretty. You can evolve Nidorano with the Moonstone. Ooh, that would be an easy way to do it. Yeah, maybe we'll look for just a minute longer, but yeah, if we can't find him, we'll just evolve him. But let me see. The shinies are kind of unusual. Like the Leafeon shiny is absolute garbage. What is let's see, the psychic Eevee is not, it's like toxic nuclear green. It's very interesting. I kind of like it on Jolteon more than oh, Sylveon's your favorite too? Sylveon is not in this game, but it's a very, very pretty kind of like, it looks like it's got a ribbon on it. It's beautiful. And it's blue instead of pink. Umbreon is your bro. Got me through Pokemon Rocket Edition like a champ. I love Umbreon. I love Umbreon. It's just the shiny's a little underwhelming. It's just blue. It just takes the yellow accents and makes them blue. And I kind of like the yellow, and the black and yellow vibes are kind of nice. I like it. It's kind of like a bumblebee. It's just a satisfying combo. I like it. Your favorite is Leafeon? Leafeon's a good evolution, but the shiny is like almost exactly the same. It is almost exactly the same. It is so hard to tell. I was looking at comparison pictures and you could barely notice. I would be very scared if you had to catch them in the wild. I'd be super worried. Sylveon got you through a lot of battles. It's a beautiful Pokemon. I love it. Espeon, you like over Jolteon? Yeah, I think Espeon's a better version. Because they're both neon green, but I think Espeon definitely wins. Jolteon's already kind of weird. I don't love Jolteon. Okay, me going back to work. Oh, Vonchik, get your work done. I'm sorry that you can't hang out. Oh, you like green? It's your favorite color? Ooh, I do like, I like Leafeon a lot. Leafeon is very pretty and very, very cute. Arisa, do you have Leafeon emotes? Or is that only on Discord? Because those emotes are so adorable. Of it laughing. Yeah, so we're looking for the... I'm going to keep calling it a Nidoking because I don't care. It's my Pokemon game. I bought this game. I named the Pokemon. I have become the Adam of... there it is. Look at the cutie. Aw, Leafeon. Adorable. Glaceon is a great battle Pokemon. Glaceon is a really pretty cool Pokemon. But the shiny is just white. It's just white instead of light blue, so it's pretty similar. My favorite shinies are the ones that are very, very different. You forgot how addicting Apex is since you've got it yesterday. You played 11 hours. Whoa! Echo, I'm completely addicted to Apex. Every single day I have to play it. Every single day, because I want to finish those bars. They made it so satisfying to fill up all of those little bars on Apex, and I'm like, I'm gonna keep, I want to rank up and level up. And I want to get further in the, I do play ranked a tiny bit, and I like going forward a little bit. There's new there's tons of new mechanics. Sparkle Nerd, what's the most recent champion that you've seen in Apex? Because now there's Fuse, there's Valkyrie. I don't know who was the most recent one before those two, but there's Fuse and Valkyrie are the newest. A Valk skin right now? Ooh. Oh, you've seen Valkyrie? Well, Valkyrie's brand new. Valkyrie is brand new. Came out like 2 weeks ago. Okay, I don't know. But yeah, Apex is fantastic. I need to make a club on Apex so that we can play sometimes. Because I would definitely play arenas with you beans. I'm much better at arenas than I am at Battle Royale. Arenas is big fun. It's way easier to win. You already have 5 wins and so many wins in arena. Oh my god. You have new friends to grind arenas with? Ooh. Oh wait, did you say you need them? Oh, you found a new friend. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, because arenas, if you can just get like a competent team, to me, whenever you're fighting in arenas, it's always comes down to the shooting, by my estimation. Like if I'm on a team that shoots better than the other one, we always win. Like it doesn't seem like it's so much strategy, positioning, or the I don't think that it's the chosen guns as much, or the, what's it called? Yeah, the legends and how you use them. It seems like it all comes down to shooting at the end of the day. In that mode, at least. In the normal Battle Royale, you can like third-party people and pull off cheap combos and stuff, but it seems like if you're just better at shooting them, you're just gonna win. So sometimes I'll run into teams that are they're just beef. They're just beefy. They just crush me. They crush me like the powder that I am. And then sometimes I'll shoot better than them and I'm like, I can carry this whole team. There's only 3 people that are bad at shooting. Easy peasy. Bowseon? What? Bozeon. I want Bowserion. The most beautiful evolution is Bowser. Bowser. So your manager at work just asked you to play Among Us with her and a few other coworkers? You should kill them all. You need to teach them that you can lie. I'd actually be kind of scared to play Among Us with, oh, there he is. There he is. The big boy. The big boy of South. Nidoking. Hello. And he's huge. He's huge. I'm gonna throw a fancy berry at him. Yeah. Let's see. Do I have a better Pokemon? A better Pokeball? I'm gonna use a Great Ball. Yeah. No wait. Oh, we gotta get ready. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Hopefully we can grab him. Wow, your Vaporeon's so cute, isn't it? Florian, it's a shiny. We caught the shiny last night. I love it so much. I want to keep it out of the Pokeball forever. It will never be allowed back in the Pokeball. It's the opposite of normal Pokemon. This one must remain out. It's not allowed in the Pokeball. There, we got him! New Pokemon! Add that entry to the books. Nidoking. He's beautiful. It doesn't even say new Pokemon. Huh. Well, it is. Ignore this game. It clearly doesn't know what's going on. There we go. Adds another one. Easy catch. It was easy. We threw one berry, tossed a great ball. Ah, easy peasy. Wasn't even hard to find. Where is he? Is it further down? I think I already passed it. Yep. There we go. Now we've got Nidoran, Nidorina, Nidoqueen, Nidoran, Nidorano, and Nidoking. Nice! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, what is that? Oh, it's Curry! Oh my god! Curry! You scared me! Hi! Your Pokemon is the wrong color! What? It's not the wrong color, it's the right color. I don't know what you're talking about. Look at this Pokemon! This is right! This is right. Look at that cute purple baby. Oi! Korean friends, how are y'all doing? Thank you for the raid. What? It's not wrong. This is right. My mind is telling me no, but my body. Did you paint it? I mean, we painted it with shiny dust. I can't help it. It had to be done. Look at the beautiful 38.6 pounds. What a fatty. What? Fatty, he's dense. He's dense, just like the streamer. How dare you? Listen, it's all muscle mass. It's pure muscle, and it's mostly tail, to be honest. Most of the weight is in its tail. I can't listen. This is just, it's natural. It's 2021. We say thick. It's all muscle. Hey! Is Saku crossing? How are you doing? Oh, everybody that came over from Kuri, y'all are all pretty much my friends. I hope that y'all had a wonderful stream together. Hey, Kuri friendos. Hope y'all are doing good. I was told that I was husky. I don't know what that means. Whoa. Oh, yeah.
Guess who's
it
back,
means that you're
again.
beautiful and handsome.
Face.
Hey, 14 months of support. Yo, Ashy Rose, thank you so much for the subscription. Kuri, this is supposed to be a chill Pokemon catching stream, but you've turned it into a mega hype Kuri parade. Kuri parade. Sneakily returns with dinner. Aha. Arisa returns with noms. Noms for everybody. Mega hype. Kuri, I don't even have to ask what you were doing because I was watching your stream earlier. Muahaha. I hope that it was lovely. Hope you had a wonderful time. Thanks everybody who came over. We're trying to fix up our Pokedex. We're trying to make it fancy around here, you guys. Hope you didn't catch me talking smack about you. What? Were you? What? Kuri? Do you need to confess your sins? Do you need to confess your sins to Father Kinney? Because you can. I had to do this yesterday. I'll slide open the door. Come on. It's confess your sins. Confess your sins before us all. Ooh. So let's see if we can hunt down some. You guys, we're hunting down some Pokemon. We're trying to finish up this Pokedex, trying to make it fancy, but we're chilling together, hanging out. Hope that you get some good vibes. He doesn't tuck his shirt in. I heard the streamer doesn't tuck his shirts in. This isn't a shirt. It's a hoodie. You have no evidence. You have no evidence for these slanderous words which you speak. Habitat unknown? Okay. So you can't get this in this game, you guys. You're not allowed to get snake. You can't get snake or cobra. So who else can we get? I don't think that we're allowed to get Vulpix. That's a no-go. That's a no! Habitat unknown. 10. I haven't seen you stream in a while. When are you gonna crack open some Pokemon cards? 10. What am I gonna watch late at night? What am I gonna watch? Some nights, Oops doesn't stream. I need something to watch. Please open up Pokemon cards. I wanna pretend like I have the money to buy them. Ooh, Kuri has me on a strict schedule. Oh dear. Kuri keeps you on a strict schedule because she can't share viewers with you. Unbelievable, Kuri. So selfish. Okay, what is right here? Parasect. Can we get Parasect in this game? She's like, no, you're not allowed to stream today. Those are my viewers. Has Suds eaten an egg yet, by the way? What? Eating an egg. Oh, I tried to do it last night. I ate an egg last night off stream to see what would happen, and it was it was bad. I had to spit out just a tiny piece of it. It bamboozled me, you guys. The slithery feeling of an egg going down your throat is disgusting. Disgusting. And I'm scared to do it on stream because I might accidentally have a mistake. I might make a mistake and I don't want to do that. Oh, Friday's the next stream? Ooh. What am I doing on Friday? Oh yeah, we're playing Below Zero. We're playing Subnautica Below Zero. Was it hard boiled? No, it was raw. It was a raw egg. I put it in a shot glass and I swirled it up. Swirl, 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 swirl. And then I drank it and I almost made a mistake. It's something bad almost happened. Can I get 47? I feel like I can I upgrade? I haven't even seen this one. Egg? You do not understand what is an egg. I have to do it. I promised that I would do it, you guys. Also, by the way, oh, you can get Parasect? Oh, sweet. Do you know which area it's in? I can actually look this up. Oh, I was gonna say, I promised that I would eat a raw egg, so I have to do it. I didn't know that it'd be raw. Of course. I like normal eggs. Oh, it's in Mount Moon. Oh, fiddlesticks. Well, none of us said raw. Of course. Who cares about eating an egg? If it's not raw. Hey, Darkwing!
Whoa. Yeah.
Thank you for the subscription. Oh my gosh, Darkwing, you sweet bean. Thank you so much for the 3 months of support. Hooray! New badge, new badge, new badge. No, I mean, like, I want new badges. Arisa, get on it. Come on. Come on, Arisa. Where's those new badges at? I ordered them months ago. I've already paid you. Where are they? Just kidding. I'm lying. I'm lying, you guys. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to the streamer. He's a liar. He's a liar. Oh, I think Mount Moon has gold ducks. I bet you that's a Mount Moon thing. That's I bet we gotta. Oh, we're not shiny hunting at the moment, Lemonberry, but ooh. We might do a little bit. We might do a little bit. Not tomorrow. A little bit later, possibly. Possibly. I don't know. You guys, if you can't tell, I am on it tonight. I am on the Sass Parade. The Sass Parade has made it into town. Toot toot. Poliwhirl's in the water, eh? Interesting. So Poliwhirl's somewhere around here. Let's see if we can find something. 10 out of 10 sass. You'd feel like you need a bean emote. Ooh, I wish that I had more slots. If you want a bean emote, you might have to take that up with Poppy Twitch. Daddy Twitch is not been very giving. Oh wait, is that what? Are they just right here? Is this what I need? Is this? Wait, do I already have this? Look at the baby. I know. These are so cute. I would love a plush of this one. This one needs a plush. Daddy Twitch is spiteful to us, Kenny. We are the rejected children. We are the black sheep. It's because we're too wholesome, Curry. Curry, we're too wholesome. Twitch doesn't like that. It's not that edgy entertainment that everybody needs. They need that edgy entertainment. They have no place for people like us. People like us and Oops rejects. The dark side of Twitch. Kenny, we need to get a hot tub and pancake batter. Wait, what? Pancake batter? At the same time? Pancake batter into the hot tub. Turn yourself into a pancake. The hot tub meta. we just need, listen. We got to get all the wholesome streamers together with a lot of pancake batter. Put it into a hot tub and make a wholesome pancake. Go! No! Pancake art. Oh, pancake art. Ooh, cooking stream question mark? Just a softer edge. Ah, I see. Darkwing, it's like the edge of cloth. It can still hurt your finger, but it's nice and smooth. That would be amazing for cooking stream, TBH. Oh, doing pancake art. That would be cool, but unfortunately, I can't make art. Oh, Poliwag, how dare you? Can I switch control styles here? Where is it? What? I know someone who has a hot tub graphic that pops up so that he jokes that he's in a hot tub. What a ripoff. I won't allow it. Okay, how do I change this? Check details. How do I not use gyroscope? Stop that! Pokemon cries 5. Louder. It's just playing Pika Pika. Oh, what did Kuri say? There's a glitch in Animal Crossing now that lets you sit in hot tubs. What? Does it work? Oh my gosh. You're right on the edge of glory. You're practically a hot tub streamer. Hooray! Hey, Odie, what's up? Oh, this is where I ended up. You what? OT, were you in Kuri's chat? Oh my gosh. Am I bringing streamers together? I will take that as the highest compliment. OT, how are you doing? Horse, horse, horse. Oh, hi, OT. Oh, hi there, Oats. Hi there, Oats. We were just talking about doing a hot tub stream. Do you have a hot tub? Do you have a hot tub that we can borrow, OT? I'd make the trip out there just for one stream. Worth it. Doo-doo-doo. We're searching for, what? The one with arms? Are we searching? I'll bring the pancake batter. What am I gonna bring? You can't take the only thing that we need. Poliwhirl but wait a second, is Poliwhirl over here? I guess it's just a rare spawn, eh? Maybe we should put on some pheromones. All right, we're gonna put on the perfume, you guys. Where is it? Maximum lure. You got the location? Yep. Here we go. Keep up the wholesome. Hey, colorless canvas. Hello. Colorless canvas, you sweet bean. How are you doing? Wait, did I put that on? Am I luring? I don't know if I did it. Hello. Hiya. Whoa. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Leave me alone. Oh, Calico, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Echo, you sweet bean. Oh, I bring what? I bring the beautiful personality. You need maximum personality for hot tub stream. Don't you know that? That's what hot tub streams are all about. They're all about personality and showing it off. Show off all of that personality. Every little bit of that personality that you've been hiding while you're streaming. It's time to take out that personality. Show it off to the world. Whoa. Wait, what? I have no personality? 10. There's an easy solution, my friend. Get yourself some cubes. I gotta say, 10. I haven't seen any personality cubes in the background. I don't feel like I know you at all. I feel like I have no idea who you are. Who is 10? Who is 10? Get out of here. Oi, get out of here. Pico wants to talk about something. What is it, Pico? Pet. 10 says, get out of here. Wait a second, 10, are you from Texas? Why are you telling me to get out of here? I thought you were from Texas. A Texan would never say that. Get out of here. Oi, bruv. Boop, boop. I won't poke your ear. Who told me to do this? Oh, Darkwing. Thank you for the Pika playtime. Internet life good. Some real life struggles, but I want to forget about it for a little bit. Let's forget about it together while we watch Pika. Pika! Did you find a shiny yesterday? I did, Nardavel. I found 2 shinies, actually. 2 shinies. Hashtag blessed. Oh yeah, I didn't show off the other one. I showed off my beautiful purple Vaporeon. But we also have an Avodigo. Avodigo. I'll show it off. I forget what we named it though. It's pretty splendid. Where are you, you sweet, sweet Doduo? We got a shiny Doduo. Where is it? It should be, oh, maybe it's at the very bottom. I thought it was like level 30. Oh, it's level 39 down with all of these EVs that I caught. Whoops. We might have to do a little bit of a EV adjustment. There it is. Guac. That's its name. Guac as in squawking guacamole. There it is. The guacamole bird. It looks like two little round bits of guacamole that is stuck on some sticks. It looks like like some green cotton swab sticking out of a green cotton ball. Yeah, peas. It looks like a pea bird. Pea bird. Oh my, why do you have so many EVs? Because we had to catch at least 31 to maximize our shiny chance. Guac is your favorite. It's cute. Speaking of which, when is the next Just Dance stream? Ooh, Just Dance stream. I did not put that as a sub goal on purpose. That was not on the subathon. So who knows when it's gonna show up next? Who knows? But it'll be sometime soon because I already paid for that annual subscription for that dang old Just Dance Plus. So I gotta take full advantage, you guys. Peas are yummy. They are. I do like peas. Peas are a delicious fruit. Dinner was quick tonight, so I'll be back soon. Having burgers with sweet potato fries. Hey, bone apple teeth, dog and doggo. Hope it's delicious. Delicious. What a peaceful stream. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, OT says, whoa, a peaceful stream. So sweet, OT. Oh my gracious, what an adorable message. So adorable, and will put some more puns for me. Get your money's worth. Where's my Just Dance streams? Oh, big boy. Look at those big, strong arms. Such a big, strong tummy. Look at his beautiful face and his foggly eyes. Oh, no, I missed. Stay still, you rascal. Stay still, you rascal. OT, I battle your puns. I take your puns and I raise them to ooh-woo. No! Why am I horrible at this motion capture? He's a big boy. He's a big boy now. Get him! Come on, we need one. Yeah. Peas with a ton of butter? Who puts butter on peas? Oh wait, no, we can't leave. Do you want to give up? No. Never give up, never surrender. Let me see if I can keep it here with a raspberry. Arisa, what is that? What is that cute cacti? No! Poliwhirl, you rascal. Ah, what a demon. What a demon. Unbelievable. Well, we lost him. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, binary pals, I'm afraid that Poliwhirl has left the building. Poliwhirl has scooted his little weird water butt out of here. More cactus? Why are there cacti? When did you get those? Those are so cute. Cacti, baby. Never have I ever seen such a cute cactus. Cactuses are painful, but they are pretty cute. Maybe I should get a cacti. Now that's a plant for me. A plant that doesn't need water? Plants that require no maintenance? Interesting. Minimum effort. Die. I'm sorry that I lost him. I should have razzed him immediately. Just like a new high schooler, just like a freshman in high school. You have to razz them immediately. We can't find it if we can find another big boy. Don't worry. We can do it. Colorless canvas, we just have to find him. Cacti still need water. Only a little bit. Only a little bit. They're mostly interdependent. Oh, there's another one. Excuse me, my good fellow. Might I razz you immediately? It's tiny. Doesn't look tiny. Looks exactly the same. Oh, Champion of the Raven Queen, Squirrel. I can't wait till my squirrel emotes are ready. Champion of the Raven Queen, you'll never be want for squirrel emotes ever again. There will be a purple squirrel waiting for you. It needs to be posted. We're getting closer on the list. I'm what, like fourth on the list now? We're getting so close. I was way down that commission list. Woo. Yeah. Nope, bad timing. Good angle, bad timing. Come on, give me that Pokemon. Give me that stupid old dummy old, hey! I was insulting you, Buster. Take this raspberry. Eat that, and then run away immediately so that I can't catch you. He's like, thanks for the berries. See you later, chum. Maybe we should have brought Ultra Balls, eh? Let me throw it one more time. Yay! Let me win! 1, 2, 3, come on! No! That was it. Oh, wait, what? We get another chance? Ooh, we need to buy ourselves an Ultra Ball, you guys. We need a new one. Come on. Oh! Oh, nice. Poliwhirl, gotten! We got big, strong. We got big, strong, scary guy. Ooh. Look at him. Big, disgusting, twirly belly. We got twirly belly right here. Hooray! Look at him vibing with those arms. He do be dancing, he do be schmoving. He's a friendly fella. Look at him with his big, trusting eyes. His big, adorable, trusting eyes. His open mouth. So is this his mouth or is that his stomach? I don't know. You tucked Poliwhirl away into the Pokemon box. I hope he likes it in the box because he's never coming out. That means that is he the biggest one? Is he the big boy? Or do we still need, oh my gosh, Poliwrath? Or Wrath? Poliwrath? Oh, he's over here. He's not even available. Maybe it's a big chin. Wait, what? That's his chin? Okay, his name is Poliwrath, not Wraith. Kenny, do you have a YouTube? I must find more ways to support you. Echo, you're so sweet. I had a YouTube channel. I'm here to dance is here. Hooray! What's up? Oh, hi, ZB. Poliwraith is evolution only. Is that true? Because it says right here that his habitat is over in Mount Moon. Mount Moon. So there's at least, what, three? Three things that we can only get at Mount Moon? Well, that's fine. Let's take a look. Alakazam, what about this guy? Habitat unknown, really? But I have a Kadabra. Is this a trade Pokemon thing? Is this a trade secret? Many odd things might happen if this Pokemon is close by. For example, it makes clocks run backwards. Well, that's a minor inconvenience. You've been here the whole time, but I'm Poofy. Hooray! I'm glad that you're Poofy. Jerk move. Making clocks run backwards, you're gonna be late. Also, what about this guy? Habitat unknown, huh? It's a trade from old game. Oh, so do you have to trade something to be able to do that? Machamp, I think is available. I mean, look, we've got Machoke. Why not Machamp? I'm pretty sure that Bellsprout is a version exclusive. We're not allowed to have Bellsprout, unfortunately. That would be, we'd have to play Let's Go Eevee if we want to do that. I gotta make my train Kadabra. What? I've got to make my trained Kadabra. I should never have enslaved you to dogfight for me? What? Dogfighting? In the chat right now? Ooh, Poliwrath is in Cerulean Cave. Oh, nice. But look at this. We've got, well, I don't care if you upload. I've got a sub anyway. Thank you, Echo, you sweet bean. You're so kind. We're so kind and very supportive. So can we not get Gengar? Pass. I don't even know what a Gengar is. I think that you'll start Let's Go Eevee soon. I don't know, Kareem. I'm not sure. It seems like y'all like Pokemon, right? I like Pokemon. Rhydon. Where is this guy at, huh? I haven't found a single one that we can catch yet. In Victory Road, huh? Ooh, we should catch Rhydon right now. Let's waste no time and let's get that sucker right there. Some Pokemon only evolve if you trade them. That's right. You're totally right, Stu Bear. The only question is who they are. Goldeen, we're not allowed to do right there. Alakazam, Gengar, Machamp, and Golem all evolve from trading. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Scyther, I don't think is in this game. Oh, let me eat my foot. Excuse me. Let me stick my foot in my mouth for 5 more minutes. So we've got a Pokemon here. We've got Scyther on Route 15, if that's how you say it. There's Victory Road. We've got a big old Rhydon to catch. Tauros is not in this game, I'm pretty sure. I wonder what this is. Is this another version of these weird Electabuzz Magmar? Is there like a water one over here? Oh, thank you for the follow, USS. I appreciate it. Welcome, my friend. Hope you're having a good day. Kabutops I cannot get because I picked the wrong one. I picked Amistar. Ammonite. Is that how to say it? Yeah, I picked Ammonite, so I didn't get the other one here. There's this one and then Kabutops. Don't know about Aerodactyl though. It's like pterodactyl, but spelled silly. Oh, Pokemon 127 is Pinsir. I don't think that you can get Pinsir in this game. You can't get Dratini in this game either. They split it up between 2 different ones. This one's Let's Go Pikachu, and this one is Let's Go Eevee. I also do have this. So we can catch all of them. We will indeed catch them all, but we're just gonna stick with this game for starters and catch them all here. Because like Vulpix is a no-go. All right, so let's go get some Ultra Balls. We gotta catch them all. We will catch them all. Taurus is on 14 and 15. Is it in this game? Oh, Celestial
8
Kitten.
months. Almost a sub baby.
Oh my gosh, 8 months! The baby's nearly birthed. We're getting near the birthday. Oh my gosh, Celestial Kitten, thank you so much for the 8 months of support. Can we please put some hype in the chat? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support, you sweet, sweet bean. Thank you for 8 months of hanging out with us. You probably followed for even longer. It's been nice hanging out with you all this time. Here's to 8 more months. Here's to insert amount of months. Insert amount of months subbed. Here's to that many again. Never stop streaming. Never stop. Won't stop, can't stop. Let's turn in those EVs, you guys. Let's turn in those evils really quick. Because we've got, now Vaporeon is our beautiful, sweet, sweet baby. You think Dratini is in every game because that generation is pseudo-legendary? What? I don't think Dratini's in this game. I don't think so. Ooh, Vaporeon's so beautiful. Okay, let's turn in all these EVs and sell that candy so that we can buy some Pokemon. So that we can buy some Pokeball. Excuse me. You can't buy Pokemon. That would require some black market that I definitely don't know anything about. Route 10 for Dratini. Looks like I should have looked. Looks like I should have done my research by just clicking the button that says check habitat. It literally just tells you. Do you want to send all of them? Yes. Oh, thank you, my boy. This will help a good deal with my research. And would you look at that? You've sent me 60 Eevee. I think you've earned yourself a reward. Courage candy. 1 Eevee candy? You monster. I'll send you more, but you better give me more candy, Buster. Dratini is in this game. Hooray! Then we most certainly will go catch it. We will catch all of the Pokemon that you can in this game. And while we're catching, we'll be leveling up our Pokemon, and hopefully we'll be ready for the Fantastic 5 by the end of it. Dratini is super cute. Little wiggly Skyworm. Thank you, my boy. You've sent me 90 Eevee. Oh, it looks like I'm gonna looks like we're gonna have 100, I think, right? Dai, I am here to make you doubt yourself. It's my job. It's my job, and you're welcome, by the way. Now, is there any more Eevees up here that I can dump? Is there any more? See some boring Doduos. Aha! There's another Eevee right there. Any more? All right, I think that's all of them. Send them. Send them away. Thank you, my boy. You've sent me 101 Eevees. I got 1 Eevee candy. Hooray. You're gonna lurk because you need to get 10k LNG damage in arenas? Whoa, that's a lot of work. I think that I have to do pistol damage in arenas. It's sucky. But hey, enjoy your lurk. Good luck, my friend. Imagine the sound in Professor's lab right now. It's boyo, boyo, boyo. Or whatever it is. I forget what its noise is. All right, we got rid of our Eevees, so now we need to sell some junk and buy some Pokeballs. Because we got some Pokemans to catch. Excuse me, sir. Could I please sell some garbage to you? Pui. Yeah, that's what it is. Pui. Pui, pui. What all can we sell to this old fellow? What do we got? Candy? $1,000 worth of candy, huh? That's pretty lame. $7,000 worth of candy. These candies that are specific to the Pokemon are lame as heck. Who told me that I need to sell this candy? This is a horrible price. 20 bucks? What? What a waste. Beggars can't be choosers. I'm not a beggar. I didn't beg for anything. We can probably sell. Don't I have some, like, let's see, lone earring? Probably shouldn't sell that. That sounds good. A marble, probably shouldn't sell that. Is there not, like, oh, a star piece? A beautiful gem. It could be sold at a high price. 6,000 bucks. Thanks. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. What about any other good-looking stuff that we can sell? PP Max. Nice. $1,000 for quick candy, bruh. What was the one that had a lot? Courage candy. This is the sauce right here. $1,000. Wow. Wow. What is this? $7,000? Unbelievable. You murdered your manager in Among Us? Haha, that's what they get. That's what they get. That's awesome. Oh, wait, can we, oh, wait. What if we can sell these X things? I never used these. Aw, they're not worth anything. $500? Come on, give me a good price. Ooh, these nana berries, whoa. Ooh. What do these berries do? Calms them. Probably don't want to mess with that. What about this pineapple berry? It makes it more likely for you to get an item. $20,000. Money. Thank you. I will take that money. I need the money so that I can buy some of these. We're gonna buy like 40 because we're actually super poor. We're actually super duper poor. So give me, come on, there you go. 4 premier balls. Now let's go catch some Pokemon. Where did you say the Dratini was? You just mentioned it. Route 10. Route 10. Okay, so we're gonna go to the right. We're gonna find that slicey Pokemon. Find that slicey leaf one that lives in this area. Away with me, you beautiful Vaporeon. You're learning a new position at work, so you might get a raise soon. What? Lupus, that's awesome. That's awesome sauce. A raise already? Lupus, you are on fire. You are on fire. You deserve all of the love. Hooray. Lupus likes money. Everybody likes money. Money is opportunity, my friend. Money is paper opportunity. Opportunity printed. Money buys food. Money is pure energy. Pure choice. Pure freedom. Money is freedom. Money's not happiness, but it's freedom to be happy. Ooga booga. Hey, the Ann, how are you doing? It is the Ann. Oh, the only one. Ann, thank you for making me play with Pikachu. How adorable. I think that we need to pat Pikachu head. Pika's so excited. Pika wants to listen to what you have to say. Pikachu, you're a good baby. You're a good baby. And a helpful friend. And you're super adorable. Pikachu wants to listen, but all I have is praise. Pikachu eats this. Eat this pineapple. How adorable. The one and only. Except for the other ones, of course, but hey. Poke the cheeks? Okay, yeah, let's poke. Pikachu's like, why? There we go. Pikachu! Adorable. Animal Crossing, Allie's here. Hey! Animal Crossing. Allie, how are you doing? What's up? Oh, and Goofy's here. Goofy and Allie. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a baby. Oh, Kitty. Hi, Kitty and the Suns crew. Hey, Ray. It's Goofy. Goofy and Allie. I hope that y'all are having a wonderful day so far. It's actually super late, isn't it? Tauros? Wait, don't we need that guy? I thought that we weren't allowed to have him. Oh, sweet. Well, I didn't know that there was any trainers to fight. Crashing. I'm sorry, Goofy. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Today was a good day. I got some stuff done. After I woke up. Whoopsies. Why does he look mini? I think it's because he's growing, Kareem. He's growing. Who is it? Okay, I just didn't want to change my Pokemon. I don't even think Ice is good against this. Oh, it is. It's super effective. Oh no. You guys, we're just going to destroy this poor fellow. No, that's it. That's all you had? The face of a failure. Even your parents are disappointed. Give me the $2,000. Give me a $2,000. Give me your pocket money. Look, he's already big. He's already all grown up, you big old beautiful bull. You big beautiful Pokemon. Okay, now I gotta save these balls, you guys. So I am gonna use my raspberry. Gonna use a raspberry. Hopefully we can get through this quickly without pain. Yeah. No. You just made me waste it. There we go. Not a single Pokeball wasted. Oh. Dang it. You big dummy. No! You baka. Stay still for 2 seconds. There we go. Now that's an excellent throw. All right, Buster. Alfie's here. What? Alfie, you're awake. Hello. Hiya, Alfie. How are you doing today? Oi, 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 oi. Alfie, it's nice to see you. Hello. Why are you awake? Oh, you don't have to answer that. I'm just glad to see you. Aye, aye, aye. Alfie. Hooray. We got Taros. Sweet. Now we got to get that plant. Where's the big plant boy? Or the big bug? He really does look more like a bug. Let's double check that I'm in the right spot. And also we can look at our Pokédex. We've seen 145, we've obtained 117. Now I know that the snake's not available on this one. I know Vulpix isn't. I bet you can get Wigglytuff in this game, right? Surely. Imagine being like, that kid looks like easy pickings for a Pokemon battle. I bet I could beat a Vaporeon. Then he sends out a legendary Articuno, literally a god. He sends out a god bird that you're like, I've only heard the legends of this bird. And it's like, whee! And then it blasts your Doduo in the face with an ice beam. Oh boy. Oh, I didn't even know if this Pokemon existed. And then it kills your best friend. Oh no. So sad. Oh wait, okay, so it is here. Mushroom Hat with spots, what's up? Oi, Mushroom Hat. Hello, I've got a Mushroom Hat. Hope you're having a good day. Hello. My best friend's dead, but I got to see a god today. Mother, I lost a friend, but I gained a story. Mom, I swear it was an Articuno. Why did you beat up your Pokemon? Why are you picking fights that you can't win? Mom, I swear he had a Vaporeon. Also, this Vaporeon ain't nothing to mess with. I don't know what y'all are talking about. This is a high-level Vaporeon right here. This Vaporeon could have kicked that bird's butt. Come on, where's my Leaf Boy? We also haven't seen Tauros that often. Maybe that's why I didn't find it earlier. Because it requires waiting. So, let's see. We got him. I'm pretty sure that the snake is not available. Vulpix not available. And I had a lure on this whole time? That was luring? Oh my gosh. Can we just can we cheese this? Oh. Excuse me? I raise Pokemon for protection because I live alone. Because I live alone. TMI, lady. TMI. Don't walk around saying that. I kind of want to get Let's Go Pikachu exclusives because you have the other one. And you're like, now there's no point. How sad. Wait, what? I've got the version exclusive right here. Now I can play both of them. Hooray! Now I can play them both. Beauty, Lana. What? Gotta catch them all. Pokemon. Speaking of gosh. Lana! See you later. Does she live on the route or is she just picking on kids for no reason? She's like, your eyes met me. And I'm like, no, they didn't. And she's like, yes, they did. I saw it. You can't escape me, kiddo. No, I promise I didn't look at you. Shut up and let me beat up your pets. Keep battling. Lana, do you need a hug because you're all alone? Some people don't mind being alone. Maybe Lana is a strong, independent Pokemon trainer. What's this? Iced. Ooh, we gotta put that Growlithe on ice because it's headed to the morgue. Oh dear. Rest in peace. Actually, it only fainted. It's totally gonna survive. Another one. It's a whole parade of doggos. Doggo parade. Did you guys get tickets for the doggo parade? I built a float. It's a giant corgi. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Isn't that a quote from the Batman and Robin movie? With Arnold. Arnold, eyes to meet you. A parade of awoo. Wait, what? Awoos? Do dogs awoo? I didn't know that. I thought that only wolves awooed. Wolves awooed. that sounds like a sentence. Dr. Freeze. Wait, no, Mr. Freeze. Did I say doctor? Doctor. That's doctor to you. Also, this guy, look at him. Look at this metalhead. At least he's got a big smile plastered over that face. Listen here. I'm trying to search for a giant bug. I don't have any quarrel with you, my good fellow. Your dog awoos to ambulance sirens. Aw, that's cute. Adorable. Doggo awoos. All right, we're just gonna fight these guys. Let's beat them up. Let's beat them up. You like his vest? Ooh, it is a little bit of a Mad Max kind of vest. Gives me a the Earth is over kind of vibe. He gives me a society has been left to rot sort of vibe. And are you trying to get me to? Trying to get me to drink? And led me to drinking. I can't believe it. I don't know. The Earl of Suds, it was a great stream. He was such a hopeful streamer, and then the mine forced him to drink. Used peer pressure, and he took up drinking. Oh, Punk Guy is his name. Imagine, first name Punk, last name Guy. Bullied into drinking. I can't believe it. What? Drinking on stream? Oh, wow. Ah! I've been bullied. It's wholesome bully. The guy's name, Punk Guy. Hi there. My name's Punk Guy number 2. Wait, is that Ethan? No, that's Ernest? Who's ever been named Ernest that was a punk? The only Ernest that I know is from the, was it originally a play or was it a book? The Importance of Being Earnest. What a great book / play. What a great movie, I should say. That's the only thing that I saw of it. The Importance of Being Earnest. I think it was about 2 brothers that are twins. I think that they're like identical twins, or maybe they're not. I don't know. They're 2 brothers, and they're like, one of them has a pen pal that the other one loves, and Ernest is the one that she loves, and they try to fool her that each one of the other is Ernest or something like that. It's a great movie. It's really good. Gloop. Kill that Play-Doh puddle. Wait, what? Oh no. Ow! No! In a handbag? What? In a handbag? Is that from the movie? And I don't remember it. Oh dear. I know an Ernest IRL. He's a great dude, but he doesn't go by Ernest. Oh no! He's too ashamed. Any proper Ernest would never use that name. That's the only Ernest I know saved Christmas. Oh wait, what? Is that? Wait, is Ernest the name of that character? I can't remember his name. It's from The Importance of Being Earnest. That's what we're talking about, right? I was talking about that, kind of. Ernest Saves Christmas. I'm trying to remember what's the name of the actor that plays that character. I feel like I'd recognize that easier than I would cuz he had a voice in that in the Atlantis movie, right? Isn't it that guy? Isn't he Ernest? Ooh, moth. Pretty big old moth eyeballs that are kind of floating outside of its head. Kind of gross. Yeah, Jim Varney. Is that the guy? Is he Ernest? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. But yeah, we're looking for a big bug. We're looking for a big old ugly bug with big old ugly claws. But nothing's spawning around here, so it's Jim Varney. See, I know his name. I just don't know his character that he's famous for. My brother actually has one of the DVDs, and he's obsessed with it. He's upset. I think that it's the Ernest Goes to Jail or something. And I watched like 10 minutes of it, and I was like, this is weird Pee-wee. Pee-wee looks normal compared with this. It was like Pee-wee and the Three Stooges mixed together, I guess. They are weird. Big bug proceeds to run away from a huge moth. No! Elfie, it's even bigger! I'll show you what we're looking for. We're looking for Scyther, I think is his name. Moth is not a big bug. It's a beautiful lady. It's this one, this big ugly bug. Ew. It's a mantis Pokemon, and it might fly. And it's also got blades for hands. It was born into the life of the blade. Which reminds me, speaking of the blade, I should switch. Let's put Sam at the front of the party. Oops. I'm gonna put Sam at the front because he can fry any of these bugs. Blade 3 finally out on Blu-ray and DVD. Is it true? Is it finally here? I actually bought Blade 1 and Blade 2. I still haven't watched them yet. I look forward to it. It looks awesome. It looks freaking awesome, dude. But now, because of Alchemic, I want to go watch that stinking Godzilla movie. But there's no good showtimes. Ah! That reminds me that I picked up Spotify. I just downloaded it so that I could listen to something specific. But it sent me back, you guys. It sent all of the vibes came crashing back onto me. Boom! The vibes! Now I so want to go to a concert. Ah, it hurts. I used to love concerts so much. I used to go like every month I would go to at least one concert. But now I've been without them for so long. I feel dead inside. Let me go. I'm glad that I'm setting up my schedule now because as soon as concerts are here, we're going to have some early streams, you guys, so that I can go to these late concerts. What about on Sunday? Ooh, that's a good idea, Alchemic. Why didn't I think of that? Ah, concerts are the best. Almost every month. I had so many tickets. Oh, also we got him. Also, we got that sorry bug. We got that sorry sucker. Scyther's data has been added to the Pokedex. Leaps out of tall grass and slices prey with its scythes. The movement looks like that of a ninja. All right, well, don't spell it all out for me. I remember one time when I was a kid, there was another kid who genuinely didn't believe that butterflies were bugs, and they tried to argue that they weren't bugs. Did they think that they were birds? Do you think that they're tiny birds? Butterflies are actually birds because they have wings and feathers. Obviously. Everybody knows that, Anne. I can't believe that your friend way back when knew that and you still don't. How old are you? Okay, let's up here. Dragon's right up here. We just need to go to Lavender Town and go north. Go north. All right, let's crack open my book. Crack open my book of flight. My tome of transportation. My map memorandum. I don't. Shaking my head, Kimmy. Haven't you seen Jurassic Park? I've seen Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is a great movie. That's a classic, baby. That's a classic. I would watch Jurassic Park right now. Let's watch Jurassic Park right now. Also, what the heck? Oh, I think I know what's going on. It still holds up so well. I know, right? It's so light on the CGI. It's so good. Pokemaniac. I know, with his eyes, with his crossy, scary eyes. I think that we have to go to the, oh gosh. Ganked by a big dude. Get out of here. I think that we have to go to the, wait, maybe I can transport there. Let's try. Let's see if I can teleport. I don't think that I can, but I'm gonna try. I think that it might be by the electricity place. You know what I mean? You know the power plant. That's its name. Pretty sure that it might be by the power plant over here. And instead of going through the rock tunnel, let's go to Cerulean City and go right. No, we can't teleport. It's a bummer. What's one of your favorite concerts that you've been to? Ooh, one that stands out, because I've been to a million metal concerts, and obviously they're kind of the same, which is why they're so great. But one of my favorite concerts that I went to was Baby Metal. Baby Metal puts on quite the show. Quite the show. I think that they had like fire displays. That was the first time that I ever did crowd surfing, I think. They were rocking. It was amazing. It was amazing. There was synchronized dancing. There was like a movie at the beginning of the show. It was awesome. Baby Metal's super cool. I had tickets to see Hatsune Miku, which was probably going to be a bomb performance. It probably would have been stellar. But unfortunately, I will have to look forward to that one. I will have to see Hatsune Miku some other time. All right, let's schmove along here, because I think that this is a faster way to go. Is that little brat. Am I oh, nice. This is a speedy route. I'm always scared of walking by trainers. I'm scared that they're going to run out and get me. Oi! La 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 la. Okay, how do I... Ah, this is it. This is it. I think that Dratini's going to be in this water here. Baby Metal is excellent live. They were at an early slot, but they still rocked it. Oh, I was, whenever I went, I actually have seen Baby Metal twice, but they were the headliner both times. The first time was for, it was whenever the group was still all together. The first concert that I went to was whenever it was still the trio and they just had backup dancers. And then the second time was after Yui Metal had already left. Isn't it Yui Metal that's gone? I forget. Or is it Sue? I forget who went solo, but it was before they left. First one was before they left, and the second one, they were gone. They were long gone. But they were both amazing. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so we gotta look for that. We gotta look for the wormy snake. There's a wormy looking snake, and then there's also a bigger wormy looking snake. Yes, Dragonair is also here. They'll both be here. We could turn on a lure if we wanted to, but I kind of am out of them, and I am poor as heck. Zoom. But yeah, I've also been to some music, not festivals, but I forget what they're called. Maybe they are festivals. But like there's one in Texas that's called the Summer of Slaughter. The Summer of Slaughter. And it was pretty freaking rad. Come back here. It was pretty rad. There was a lot of cool people. It was just like a whole big collection of them. Oi, stay still. Stop it. Yeah. No, what? I flicked. I did the flick. Yes, jump back to the middle, you sweet, sweet little bean. There was also another, one of the first concerts that I ever went to was the last concert of a band. So I was invited to the concert. I got into their music. I really, really loved it. And then I got to see like the blowout, like amazing spiritual experience of the final show. The final show on the final tour, last location. It was crazy. So all of the real fans were there. All the real fans were there, and they played all of their hits, and they made it go really long, and there was like a Q&A section in the middle. It was awesome. But then I never got to see them again. Actually, technically, they did do like a tiny little the lead singer did make a tiny little appearance at another concert by one of the bands that they used to tour around with. So I did actually get to hear a little performance from them later. But yeah, you got the whole experience fast-paced. Yeah, now they're gone. Now they're poof, they're gone. Never again, but I still got that last concert. I was there. It was awesome. Doot doot. But yeah, there's some bands that are local to Dallas that they're totally local bands that are not famous. But they're just, the Dallas metal scene is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Apparently we're very vocal. Apparently we're very vocal and very very aggressive. So lots of love to our local bands. And most of them from this main area, I do have I will literally just buy their tickets. I don't care where they are. I do not care who they're with. When it is, I will, like, a band called, what are they called? Oh boy, I can't even remember their name right now. Oh Sleeper. If Oh Sleeper announces a concert, it's an instant buy. I don't care who they're with. I don't care. I want it. I'm going. Should I really catch this one, this little BB? Maybe we'll leave it alone. Oh, aggro, really? Yeah, I would say so. Oh, Mushroom Hat with Spots, thanks for being here. Oi! We'll see you later, friendo. No worries. Get some rest. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for chilling with us. You love the metal scene in Washington as well. It's so much fun and people are super chill. Yeah, everybody's really, really, as aggressive as they are in the pit, they're also very sweet people. They're very sweet, very accepting, good beans. If you fall down, they'll always pick you back up. So it's like everybody gangsta until somebody falls down. It's like all these angry people, rah, 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 and then they knock somebody down. They're like, oh, bro, sorry, bro. Here, let me get you up, bro. Such a strange thing to exist. There was one mini music festival that you got into for free because you were friends with the guy. Ooh, the guy was super close. Oh, he was super close to one of the opening bands. Ooh, that's super cool. I don't know anybody in any band. I'm just a fan. Only fan. Okay, so we need the big boy, but I'm wondering if we're gonna need a lure for it. I don't want to train them up because I actually need to level the Pokemon on my party. All my Pokemon that are with me are all really important, and they're low level right now, so we gotta make them stronger. We gotta actually work on them. If I run into another Dratini, I think that I'm just gonna like use up my normal Pokeballs. Olivia Rose, hey, Olivia's here. Hello, Olivia. Oi, we got Goofy, Olivia. I can't believe we got Goofy, we got Olivia, and we also got Allie. What the heck? It's my friend Oop Squad. Hooray! Oop Squad, arrive. Oi, I'm having a fantastic day. I'm having a good day. Late streams, comfy vibes. The Oopsty gang. Oops, I did it again. Dude. Did y'all all see what Frulio made for me? Oh my gosh, the Frulio art was so beautiful. I love it so much. I'm so proud. He made me more handsome than I should have ever been depicted as. And I love it. It may be like one of my favorite images that's ever been made for me. Arisa, did you see it? Are you still in the chat? Arisa, I didn't see your response to the Frulio art. It's amazing. It's amazing. Isn't it awesome? I love it so much. I almost switched my Discord icon immediately. I almost did it, but then I remembered that I'm supposed to be using my mascot. You clicked every reaction. Spam the reactions. Too amazing. Whee! Blue Jay, oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, Blue Jay, welcome to the party, friendo. You saw Frulio's art. Frulio, what a sweetie. What a sweetie. What a lovely artist. Zoom. I want to see if we can earn a little bit of experience. You know, if we're gonna be over here, we might as well earn a little bit. So you made a coworker's night. You may have asked them to play Among Us, and it turns out that they haven't been asked to play a game with a friend for 16 years. Oh my gosh! Crane couple! Oh my gosh! What the heck? Crane couple, what are you doing? Hey, Crane couple and friends, how are y'all doing? Oi, 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 oi! We're playing some Pokemon. Are those cat butts? Excuse me? Excuse me, are you just busting in here with the cat butts? Thank you so much, Crane Couple, for jumping in. Hey, much love. How are you doing? Oi, welcome everybody. Hi there, I'm the Earl Sons, aka my real name is Kenny. Hi there, you could call me whatever you want. I love the Crane Couple, those sweet beans. Those are my friends. Hey, that's my friend. Do you see them over there? We're catching Pokemon right now. We're trying to finish out our Pokedex, but you guys, y'all are all welcome here to chill. If you want to hang out with us, we're gonna be chilling here for a while, trying to catch some beautiful Pokemon. Thank you, Lughosty, for the follow. I hope that I said that right. Hi there, Lughosty. Hello there, Red LA. Hi there, Shane. Welcome to the chat. What's up? And Obmine, is that how to say it? Be mine. I feel like that's what it says. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Thanks for being part of the raid. Everybody part of the raid. Y'all are all sweet beans. I hope that y'all are having a wonderful evening, afternoon, night, a happy time zone indeed. Oi, Echo, you're gonna go to bed? Go get some rest. Get some sleep. Get some rest. Get out of here. Echo, get yourself some sleepies. Hope that your Apex went well. Hey, you took the kids to the zoo for some real life Pokemon? What? You took the kids to the zoo? Did you go to the zoo? What? We were at the San Diego Zoo and saw lots of animal butts. Y'all did an IRL stream? What? IRL stream is so cool. I've never, ever done an IRL stream. The only thing that I've ever done is if there was one time that my computer died and I did an IRL stream of me fixing it. That's the only thing that I've ever done. That is so cool. I didn't know that y'all were in San Diego. That's awesome sauce. Dude, IRL stream, y'all gotta teach me your ways. You gotta teach me your ways. Oh yeah, sorry if Automod caught anything, you guys. Y'all are good beans. Our Automod is extremely aggressive. Extremely aggressive, and we keep telling it to calm down, but it won't listen. Feel free to ask anytime. Were you using your phone? Oh, well, maybe not right now. Not after you just raided. If y'all are doing an IRL stream, are y'all driving home right now? Thank you so much for the raid, you sweet beans. I'm glad that I could be the landing spot after the amazing IRL stream. Also, I'm not gonna be able to catch this stinking Pokemon. You saw Frulio's art? It's so beautiful, Luke Hosty. I love it so much. It doesn't look exactly like me. Maybe not. I think that it looks even more handsome than me. More handsome than reality. That's the power of art. Take us on a field trip sometime. It's too dangerous around here. I don't have my needle. I need the needle first. First, I need the needle. Then things need to be safer around here. It's scary in Texas. I don't want to go outside. I haven't been out in 4 days. I haven't been outside in 4 days. I don't want to go out there. These Texans be wildin'. I went to the post office the other day and there was a guy without a mask in the post office and nobody stopped him. It's too dangerous out here. Are we on a shiny Dratini hunt? I'm actually not hunting a shiny right now. I am actually hunting for a, the big one? The big water snake. I've got a few more Pokemon that are just an easy catch for me that I just haven't done yet. We haven't played this game that much, so I'm trying to get a Dragonair, and then we need to go over and catch a Rhyhorn up on like Victory Road, and then there's a few more in Cerulean Cave that we'll get eventually, but I can't access Cerulean Cave until we defeat the Fantastic Five. After we beat them up, then we win. Stubborn, isn't it? Indeed. But yes, we got the shiny Eevee. Hey, do you see my shiny Vaporeon? My baby boy. Look at that healthy large tail. Look at that beautiful cone of shame. Look at that adorable face. Those trusting eyes. That little tiny downturned mouth. Oh, what a cutie. The baby. Oh, purple boy. Vaporeon is perfect. A perfect baby. Not a cone of shame. What is the name of the It does kind of look like it. But it's not a cravat. A cravat is like the thing that is something to catch your breadcrumbs or something. What's the name of the thing that goes around your, oh my gosh, there it is right there. I forget what it's called, that floofy thing that they use in medieval times. Yeah. Shiva!
Oh, whoa.
Oh my gosh, oh woe to you. Shiva, oh whoa. Oh whoa, what's this? Shiva has entered the chat, how are you doing? Shiva, thank you so much for the 7 months. I can't believe it. We approach Twitch baby status with haste. How are you doing today, Shiva? Thank you so much for the support. Sticking with a whole nother month. Aw, yeah, baby. Aw, yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you. Only 8 more days till your big surgery. Hooray! 18, it's gonna be fantastic. 8 days. 8 days until a successful, safe surgery. It's gonna be great, Shiva. It's gonna be great. Big hype indeed. Shiva! Everything's gonna go fantastic. Rough? The big round white thing around men's necks? No, like the big floofy thing. The big floof. Fashionable. Also, we caught it. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, non-binary pals, we got it. We got him right out. So it's time for us to go hunt for that Rhydon. We need to get a Rhydon so that we can ride on them. Beep beep. You can ride up. It is a rough. Ah, that's interesting. I could have swore that I remembered it being something else, but that is all right. I am all the time wrong about things. Being wrong about things is just part of my day. In fact, I think that I think that all day I haven't been wrong about anything. I think that I've been completely right about everything.
Hey, it's a new friend.
But Andy, what? Thank you for the sub. Hey, Andy. Oh my gosh, what the heck? A new sub friend. New sub friend. Thank you so much for the sub there, Andy. I appreciate the support, my friend. Hello, welcome to the party. Hope you enjoy all your ad-free viewing. I hope that you enjoy all of my beautiful emotes. And if you want to, we watch movies every single Sunday. So you basically just got like 4 free movies. This week, we're gonna be watching Totoro over on Discord on a Sunday. Unless the birthday boy wants something else, but the birthday boy has been awfully silent. But I would switch the movie in a heartbeat, as long as it wasn't something horrible like Gremlins 2. Beowulf, welcome to the chat. Oi, 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 oi. Andy, I do really appreciate the support, my friend. Oh yeah, party time. We need to find Rhydon around here. But you know what? It might take a little while, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a rare bean. A rare bean. Maybe we'll just pick like the biggest area. Big nasty Golbat. Wait for 2 things to spawn and then just keep moving along. You Googled it. At one time it was also called Elizabethan collars. An Elizabethan collar. What is a cravat? That's what I'm wondering. I got bamboozled by somebody who did a podcast once, and they fooled me that a cravat was that thing. But it is indeed not. I know that it isn't now, but I can't remember what a cravat actually is. Who cares? I do. A necktie? Oh, there it is. Well, that was quick. Okay, cravat is what Miles Edgeworth wears. I don't even know who that is. I don't know what a cravat is or that person. If only that birthday boy would speak up. They must be pretty shy. Not shy enough to send me selfies every night. Here we go. Raspberry time. Zoom. Whoppa. No. Yatta. Catch that right on. A cravat is a frilly scarf thing. Ooh. Pretty. Beautiful. No. How dare you. Rhydon, you're wasting my Ultra Balls. These are very expensive. Oh yeah, Kenny. What Sasaharu wears from Nichijou? Sasahara? That's not the professor. Who is that? I don't remember who that is. Oh, Seaglass Games. Thank you for the what? Is that a raid? Is that a raid from Seaglass Games? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why, my lights went off, but I don't see it. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. The farm boy who dresses fancily. Oh, Sasahara. See, I thought that was a cravat. Okay, so it was. Man, I'm confused. Oh, the fancy boy who rides the goat. Who rides the goat to school. And they try to change the rules so that you can't ride goats to school. But Sasahara, like, argues with them so that he can retain his right to ride a goat. With his butler leads the goat to school. Super slow. Birthday boy's only shy when he wants to be. Ah, yes. The shyness changes. It's true. Okay, how do I get out of here? Is this the escape? I think it is. Seaglass Games, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Kuri. What cute little Kuri emotes. That's one of my favorites. Although I use the uwu emote everywhere. Let me see. It should be in my most used category. My frequently used. Where is it? These aren't my frequently used. Twitch broke. I've never even used some of those. Well, whatever. Mio suplexes the goat. I'm pretty sure that everybody gets suplexed in that show. Okay, so we just caught the Rhydon. And now let's take a little peek-see. That one. Yes, I can make that one. That one I use all the time, but for some reason Twitch is being stupid. Does anybody know about Aerodactyl? What is this Pokemon and where do we get it? It wouldn't be it's not Kabutops, right? Because there's Amistar, and then there's Kabutops and its little dummy version. But we can get that in Eevee. This is a fossil, but they only give you 2 fossil options. So maybe we have to find another fossil? Maybe there's another fossil in this game. Porygon, aren't they a fossil? Is there 2 fossils? Can you get 2? Because they give you a choice of 1 and 2. It's a spiral fossil, and it's also, I guess, I don't know what this fossil's called, but one of them's a spiral one. Yep, it's a fossil. Do tell if you know where it is. Oh, there is another one. It's old Amber, eh? For Aerodactyl. Kabuto is the pre-evolution. Oh yeah, and he looks like a little leech or something. Like a little, or a, what are they called? There's a real thing that looks a lot like Kabuto. They're called, I forget what they're called. It should be in pewter. Oh, okay. So we need to find ourselves over in, we need to go get ourselves over to pewter. See if we can get ourselves some old amber, shall we? They look like horseshoe crabs a little bit. They also look like that prehistoric thing. Hides, I redeemed Pet Pika. Kareem, I promise. I promise I'll do it. Seems like it'd be on Cinnabar, don't it? Everything's on Cinnabon Island. Pewter, you say? Saffron, Cerulean. What is Pewter? Is Pewter a city? What is? Oh, it is. Oh, it's the last one that I looked at. Okay, I will pet Pikachu. I have a pet Pikachu. Yes, sir. All right. We're gonna find this Amber around here. Amber is somewhere in this city, and we're gonna find her. All right. Amber's somewhere around here. Pikachu looks flustered. What's wrong, Pika? You also don't look flustered. You look goofy as heck. Pikachu, you're looking relaxed. Tickle, tickle. Must tickle. Tickle nose. Pikachu loves it. Pikachu even likes to be tickled, unlike siblings. My mom called it tickle torture. I thought that it was fun. Boop, 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 boop. What did Jedi say? Dai is the way that he is. It's true. Pikachu. I want a close-up of whenever Pikachu squeezes her cheeks. Oh, the hands! Let's poke. Cute! Oh, I love this game. Petting Pokemon on the 3DSs was so good. I love the petting in this game. Adorable. Scoopy, scoopy. Tickle, tickle. Pet eyeballs. Boop. Boop. Adorable. Adorable. Thank you for letting me play with Pikachu. I've been wanting to this entire time. Finally, somebody let me do it. Now, we gotta find our Amber.
Ah, so refreshing. Pewter City stays lovely and cool since it lies at the base of a mountain.
You would know all about it, mountain climbing Jim. I know, it's so cute.
Pokemon learn new moves as they grow, but some moves must be learned by TMs.
You've got a better chance of catching a Pokemon if you throw your Pokeball and get him right in the center. But catching Pokemon is never a sure thing.
Unless it's a Master Ball, you little dummy. You don't know anything about Pokemon. Why am I taking this kid's advice? You want to play with Pika again? Mark? I would, yes. But I'm pretty sure that the redemption thing is up right now. Soon. Vaporeon found something in the plants.
You got a Nana Berry. Thank you.
Goes to 4-year-old for advice.
I don't know anything.
This is my sweet little free. Not so free since you captured it. When she walks with me, she sometimes finds items in the field.
Interesting.
Oh, maybe we need a, oh, wait a second. Look at this suspicious bush that we likely could not cut. In 6 minutes, I'm gonna let you do it again. Hey, Mark, thanks. Thank goodness you're here, Mark. You're saving my butt. Until I played Pokemon Go, I didn't know that there was a difference in gender of the look of a tail. I know, it's cool, right? Look at all these clones.
Hello.
Why is this so scary? Also, hello. It's a piece of amber with a beautiful gold color. Shush! I need to share a secret with somebody. I think that this chunk of amber contains Pokemon DNA. It would be a shattering scientific breakthrough if Pokemon could be resurrected from it. But my colleagues just ignore what I have to say. So I have a favor to ask. I want you to get this examined at the Pokemon lab somewhere. You got an old amber. I know, we got old amber and it contains mosquitoes that bit a bird Pokemon one time ago. But we got old amber, let's go. Let's get in the air. Let's hop on our balloon car and let's move our way over to the place where dreams go to die. Cinnabar Island. Cinnamon Bun Island. Cinnamon Bun is one of my favorite Adventure Times characters. He's a stupid cinnamon roll that just falls over all the time, and it's disgusting. Excuse me, lads. Could I get one of y'all to look at this amber? I forget which room it's in, but we'll find out which nerds can help us. Excuse me, are you a fine nerd that can help me out here? Oh, look, it literally says it on the wall. Look, Rolly one's one, Amber's one, and then the Kabuto one is one. You like cinnamon rolls without all the frosting? I like cinnamon rolls pretty good with the frosting. Hey, Clay's here. Yo, what's up? Oi, Clay. Hello. Your eyes are really important.
Hiya. I'm an important doctor, very well known indeed.
That's why you have a name, huh? Very well known indeed. All I see where your name is supposed to be is my adorable Pokemon.
Do you have a fossil for me?
Old Amber.
Oh, it's Old Amber, is it? It is a fossil of an Aerodactyl, a Pokemon that's already extinct. Shall I use my resurrection machine to make that Pokemon live again?
Be sure to use that on my old bones whenever I'm dead, please.
Give it to me.
You handed it over to the odd doctor. How rude. Even the game is passing shade upon this fine fellow.
The fossil was an Aerodactyl, as I thought.
You got an Aerodactyl from the doctor. Thank you, doctor. Doctor, you delivered the baby. Doctor, you've done it. Rest in peace, I'm getting hungry. If you stay up too late, Elfie, you start getting hungry again. It's horrible. Isn't this how Jurassic Park started? It is, yeah. The Amber had mosquitoes that had dinosaur blood in them, which doesn't make any sense because DNA doesn't last more than 1 million years, but whatever. Oi! Usually aren't important when they say they're important. Ooh, yep, that's true because, yeah, Kareem, I think that's really true. Very, very true. If you're always like flexing your power, if you're always like, I'm the boss, if you have to say that, then you're obviously not the boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta just be in control. You have to be. If you're claiming it, that just shows weakness. I've had bosses like that where I'm like, the fact that you're always fighting to be like called the boss and you're always wanting like credit and stuff, it's like, well, you're not really in control now, are you? Shaking my head. I wonder if we're, oh my gosh, what is this? Oh, it's another Cerulean Cave thing. Cerulean Cave is a Licky Tongue. Okay. There's another thing that we can't get till we go in that stupid cave. It looks like we mostly just need to go into that cave and then finish up the rest of the Pokemon, eh? And I wonder if I've got the team to be able to do it right now. I have a poison Pokemon now, but I really haven't used them at all. Muck. What kind of moves has Muck got? Muck, can you really do anything? Acid Armor. This is the only poison move. The user alters its cellular structure to liquefy itself. Hitmonlee is in Victory Road. I'm pretty sure that you only get to pick one in this game, ZB, right? I thought that you only get one. Like the Kabuto situation, I thought, right? Pretty sure. That's one rainbowy Muck. Oh yeah, that's a Alolan Muck. We upgraded from a boring one, and we got the beautiful rainbow one. Rainbow! Could have swore that you had to just pick between the two fighting ones, yeah. Now, it doesn't look like it's on a route. Calico, can I speak to your manager? There's a 1% chance on the second floor of what? Victory Road? I don't see it. Can get Porygon on Route 7. Ooh. Route 7, you say? Splendid. You needed this stream? Hooray! Clay, I'm so glad that I streamed then because I was thinking about not doing it today. I was getting stuff done today, so I was kind of questioning whether or not I would be doing the stream, but I'm so glad that I did. If only for you, it was absolutely worth it. Aye! What is this? A raid? Oh my gosh, thank you for the raid. Good morning, Dreamer. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Good morning, it almost looks like.
Ooh. Gifted a tier 1
thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing?
16 gift subs in the
Hi
channel.
there. Hope you're having a splendid day. What's up? Welcome to the chat. Hi, I'm the Earl of Suds. We're playing a little bit of Let's Go Pikachu, trying to catch some Pokemons. Also, Sparkle Nerd. Hey, Thank you so much for the gifted sub for Clay. So sweet. So sweet gifting that sub to our friend Clay. Thank you. Good morning, Dreamer. You're doing well? What were you playing? How was your stream? What were you doing? I hope that you had a wonderful time, my friend. Aw, you needed a nice happy stream too? I'm here to dance. You're so sweet. I'm so glad that we can hang out together. All of y'all are very sweet beings and deserve the very best. Every single one of you. Every single one of you deserves the good vibes from me and from one another. Y'all are all good beans too. So, is it really over here? Leela, you were over there? We were playing Life Beginnings and Always. Were you over there? Were you over there? I'm confused. You love this community so much. Oh, Kareem, me too. I love hanging out in this community too. Don't forget, I'm in this community as well, and I love it. You're doing a visual novel called Our Life. Lots of cozy vibes. Awesome sauce. Hey, Leela suggested the raid. That's so sweet. Good morning, Dreamer. Thank you for the follow, and thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your friendos over here. I'm glad that we've got a cozy friendo stream. Oh, I wonder, can we karate chop this Onyx? I feel like we can karate chop him, right? Yeah. Yes, I'm Miltank. Oh my gosh, cat. Please not Miltank. The cursed cow. The cursed cow Pokemon. Ew. No. That cow's got something wrong with it. It's got a face. It's got a face like a human being. Oh, you were in both streams? Leela. Double dipping? Highly suggested. I double dip all the time. And lurk. Horrible lurker, me. Hey, Yeslian, how are you doing? Oi, Yeslian. I hope you're having a splendiferous day. Hello. Hello. Apparently Porygon's supposed to be around here somewhere. What's wrong with Miltank? How dare? Alfie, you're defending Scyther and Miltank? I can't believe it. Alfie, they're just weird. One of them's a weird walking, talking bug man. And then the second one is a cow with a face. I don't know. I wouldn't trust a cow with a face. Also, hey, look. There's the little baby version. It's a rare spawn, but it's supposed to be here. Oh, we'll stick around here. We'll find it. We will find it. Obviously, both are amazing. Alfie, you like gross Pokemon, and that's all right. It's your vibe. Love me and my udders. No, utterly disgusting. Also, are there male versions of Miltank that have udders, just like the movie Barnyard? Barnyard was a weird and very uncomfortable show and movie. Me no like them. Alfie, oh, you're getting a snack. Go get yourself a snack. Now, there's plenty of snacks in chat, but hey, I understand. You gotta get some food too. Beep boop. I like that you can walk through grass and enjoy the physics without having to worry about Pokemon jumping out. Please, not Barnyard. Not Barnyard. You don't like Mr. Bombastic? Mr. Bombastic Rat? Miltank is 100% female, I think. Miltanks are only female. A shame. They missed an opportunity. Mr. Bombastic. I haven't seen Barnyard in... You know what? I think that I know what Dai wants. I think I know what Birthday Boy wants for their birthday. I think I know what movie we're gonna be watching. Birthday Boy's favorite film, Barnyard. It's got all your favorite characters. Except for, I don't think that the monkeys are in that movie, unfortunately. They're in the television show. Oh dear. Oh, what? Lupus, you don't like Barnyard? It's like the Shark Tale of the farm community, right? You haven't watched it in a long time? Me either. I'm scared, Clay. What? It's a movie called Barnyard, Calico, and it's absolutely horrible. I was only joking. We're not gonna watch it. I've got a dragon rages bird to death. Roar. I'm mostly just, oops. Oh, I thought that I'd kill it. Actually, this bird's pretty powerful. Well done, Firo. Hello, I'm back from food. Took a little while longer to get my yearbook. Oh yeah, did you say that you're getting birds? Did you say that you were getting some good birds, dog and the doggo? I forget. Oh, you need lurk? Hey, no worries. Good morning, Dreamer. Hey, I totally understand. You just had a stream. I'm glad that you had a good time. Thank you so much for bringing your community over here. Go get yourself some food. Go get yourself some water. Go do the stuffs you got to do. We'll see you later, my friend. Thanks for jumping in here. It was nice to meet you. That's a good way to describe it. Shark Tank. I mean, Shark Tale. Shark Tale is a very weird movie. I thought that Porygon is like in a corner in here, right? I thought that there was a special corner that Porygon spawns in. But how would I remember that if that were the case? We're totally leveling our Pokemon. Most powerful Pokemon in the world. And maybe y'all can help me take out the Elite Four. We also don't have any money to buy potions, so that's too bad. I've got to burn this little puffball to death. Sorry, little Mankey. It looks kind of like a cat and a monkey mixed together. Or like a cotton swab that grew 2 little arms and 2 little legs. I'm sorry. Your black belt's only got 1 Pokemon? Not prepared. So well trained, but only 1 Pokemon? Shaking my head. Oh wait, you said Route 9, not Route 10. What's your opinion on the movie Robots? We actually already watched it, Clay. We watched Robots like a few weeks ago. Or maybe months ago at this point. Maybe like a couple of months or something. But yeah, we watched it. We watched it on stream. It was pretty good. It was pretty funny. I enjoyed it. I like Big Well. I like Big Well and all of his beautiful I just love setting up dominoes like that. Big Well and his dominoes. Some of the jokes were big oof. And the messaging of the movie was ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. It was such a strange backwards thing. It was like anti-capitalism and pro-capitalism at the same time. This is a strange... The messages were very mixed. Very mixed metaphor of a movie. Had really no... upon further examination, really didn't have any message at all. DreamWorks is like, corporation bad. DreamWorks is like, big corporation bad. No like big corporation. Dang, that was your favorite movie growing up? I think I got to watch it whenever I was younger, and I loved it. I thought that it was great, and I did enjoy it. It's a pretty good movie. There's some serious cringeworthy jokes in there, but whatever. Whatever. It's an old DreamWorks movie. What did you expect? What did you expect? You always thought that it was a monkey piggy? Oh, it does look like a little pig. Mankey does look like a pig with its little face. You slept that day? Alchemic, you missed it? You missed Robots? The finest film of all time? By the way, last week we watched Rango. This week we're watching Totoro. And we're still have to decide on our next animated movie. Right now I'm thinking Barnyard, but I will allow other suggestions. Oh, you were just tired. Oh, Alchemic. I'm glad that you got sleep then. Oh, poor Alchemic. Oh, it's time for you to go to sleep too? I'm here to dance. Hey, it's time for you to go dance yourself to bed again. I'm sorry though, I took forever to start the stream. I was only live for a little while. I'm here to dance. Thanks for dancing your way in here. Now dance yourself to bed and then dance in your dreams. Your cousin is going out of town, so you get to stay for the Lego stream and for Totoro. Yeah, yeah, hooray. Wait, what? I didn't know that you were prevented from doing anything by your cousin. Ooh, Calico, hooray. Huzzah. The Lego stream. By the way, the Lego stream is starting bright and early, you guys. I think that we're going to start at noon. I think we're going to be starting at noon, and we are going to be building the rest of that Lego set, you guys. We are not stopping. Huh? You think that there's an option for getting a Porygon by helping Sylph in Saffron City? Oh, maybe we'll do that. Kubo's a good option. Kubo in the 2 strings. If we watched Coraline one time, Kubo's kind of creepy, right? I mean, all of their movies are kind of creepy. But it's not too bad. Will it not scare away everybody? You love Coraline so very much. We watched it, Kirim, during Scary Movie Month. We watched Nightmare Before Christmas. We watched Coraline. I don't remember what else we watched. Nothing compared to Coraline. Oh, I know that it's less creepy than Coraline. That's before you beat Giovanni. I did kick Giovanni's butt. Did hand him his butt on a platter. I don't really care about it being too spooky, you know? We've watched scarier, guaranteed. Maybe we will watch Kubo. I've been putting it off, and I own it. I own it on Blu-ray, and I still haven't watched it yet. Oh, we also watched Ghostbusters. Yeah, that was one of the edgiest movies we've seen. Doodaloo, doo-doo, but Ghostbusters is so good. Ghostbusters 2 is also hilarious. I like them both. They're both good movies. Kubo's good? Hey, Brooke's here. Oi! Brooke returns. I know that Kubo's good. I just haven't watched it yet. Ratatouille? We won't be watching Rat Patootie until we get to the Pixar collection. We will do the Pixar collection after the Ghibli collection. The only Pixar movie that we've watched so far is Two Brother Dad Legs. What is it called? Dad Legs. Dad Legs the musical. It was very disappointing, but it was all right. It was all right. It was a 7 out of 10, or a 6. I forget which one I said. I think it might have been a 6. Dad Legs. Two brothers and a dead dad. two brothers, one dead dad, and a weird truck that one of the brothers has an odd relationship with. It was okay. I enjoyed watching it, but it wasn't good. It was okay. It was okay. I think it would have slapped a little bit harder if my family dynamics were different. Maybe if I had better, not better, if I had different family dynamics, that story might have slapped really hard. But I couldn't really relate with them at all in any aspect. I couldn't relate. I'm sorry. But it did make me cry a little bit. It was sad at the end. They really did tug on my heartstrings. Ow! That's my heart. I need that string. You feel that? Yeah, just didn't really can't relate. Lilo and Stitch? Ooh, I haven't watched that in years. Stitch is a little goblin. He is a little goblin. We might watch that sometime. I can't remember anything about it, so I can't even add Lilo and Stitch to my watched movie collection because I don't think that I've seen it. You relate to Stitch? Stitch does seem like a character that Kelsey or Lupus would say, that's me. Then Stitch is like, how? Ooh, Rat Patootie. Box Trolls is also a good option. All of those Leica movies that I mentioned. Did you give Mark their Pikachu playtime? Mark? Pika's cute! Pikachu's listening to the distant cry of Pokemon. No, that face! I wanted to keep looking at it. Pikachu! Your cute face! I want to paste this face all over my wall. It's adorable. Your sister named her old car Stitch? You like all of them except for the missing link? Oh, that's a Leica movie? Ooh, that's too bad. That's too bad. That movie doesn't look too good. I'm too scared. That's like, what is it? Missing Link is like the year 1 of Aardman, right? Year 1 Aardman is Missing Link for Leica. I recently have seen a Pika wall and it's amazing. I've got enough room for a Pika ball, right? A Pika wall? Look at it. There's plenty of room on this wall over there. Right over my bed. Just turned it into a Pikachu masterpiece. Tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle. Too bad that we already watched, that Scientist Pirate movie, because that one's one of my favorite Aardman movies. It was fat Pikachu cards, all of them. It was all fat Pikachus. Chonk. It was the Chonker. Boop, boop, boop. I want to poke cheek. Cute. Do baby. Okay, now we gotta find Porygon. Scientist Pirate movie? Yeah, from Aardman. It's got 2 different names. It's got 2. One of them is in Britain, and then one of them's US. And I don't remember which one. The one in Britain is like fantastic scientists who are also pirates on an adventure. It's like a ridiculously long name. And then in America, it's just called like Pirates. It's just called like Pirates. Have we watched Howl's Moving Castle? Not yet. Not yet, Allie. We're saving some of the best for last. Yeah, with the pirate with the suspicious facial hair. The pirates in an adventure with scientists. Yeah, look at that movie title. Whew, that looks like a translated anime. Yikes. Yikes. But yeah, we will be watching Howl's Moving Castle. But we're gonna save that one. There will be no last Ghibli movie on the list. Yes. Last Ghibli movie for us to watch on the list. We've still got Grave of Fireflies is coming up soon. And Pompoko to go afterward. We'll watch The Red Turtle. No, not really. No, we're not gonna watch that movie. It's too sad. We'll watch The Red Turtle and Maria and the Witch's Flower, like all of the off-brand Ghibli movies. Aww, wait, what? No, we're not gonna watch Grave of Fireflies. It's way too sad. I don't want to make everybody cry. We're gonna soak the Discord, and then it'll be ruined. It'll be soaked with our tears. Wolf Children has nothing to do with Ghibli. Nothing at all. I don't even think that it shares animators. Pretty sure that is right off of the wild. If we're gonna do that, then we have to watch Pantama Inverted, Children Who Hear Ghosts, Your Name, and Weathering with You, and there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah, there's tons of good anime movies, but we're not talking about those right now. Good Discord. Sounds like a plan. It is not a plan. You have misinterpreted it. It does not sound like a plan, and it is not a plan. Okay, I don't see a Porygon over here. I give up. Just kidding. Maybe, can we really go do something with the Silph Scope? Cries. Cries, Pikachu eyes. You can't remember a thing from Maria and the Witch's Flower? Well, Elfie, sometimes the best movie watching experiences are the ones that you never remember. I can hardly remember watching The Ring, but I remember it not being scary. And I'm not talking about Ringu. Ringu is supposed to be really good, but The Ring, the American movie, boring. I literally fell asleep at the climax accidentally, and I woke up, and I was like, oh no, what happened? And they're like, nothing important, don't worry about it. Hey, it's Linz! Oi! Linz, how are you doing? Oi! Hope you're having a splendid day. Hello! Another way that we can get the coin case and play the game. There's a game? Is there actually a coin case? I don't think I ever got that. Ooh, let's do that. Let's do that. Oh, Pikachu's got something. Ooh, Pika. A present! She's so proud. She gave me a marble. No. Oh, cute. Oh my gosh, adorable. Bee-bee. Oh, it's a super rare spawn. Okay. If it's a super rare spawn, then yeah, we would have to bump up the crazy odds of getting it. Did you say that it's where? In the game corner? At Saffron City? Wait, no. Where's the game corner? Is that down here? Is that down here? No, I'm sorry. Is that over here? No, it's not Lavender Town. Where is it? Where's that devilish place? Oh, it's in Celadon? Where is Celadon? Celadon sounds like a dinosaur name.
Ah, yes. And then here we see the fossil of the ancient Celadon, who died over 13 million years ago. The Celadon was a mighty predator in its time, towering over 13 stories. The Celadon was known to be crawling around what is now known as Celadon City. Many remains have been dug up, but not a single complete skeleton has ever been found. Parts of the Celadon include its giant hips, its big wide hips, beautiful hips that no doubt Sleeping Dogfish would take pictures of, because he couldn't stop saying booty last night. How are you Sleeping Dogfish? How are you doing? Oi! You want to see a Celadon in the wild? Ah, there we see the wild Celadon laying down next to the lion and the lamb. Oi, Dogfish, hello! How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi! It's nice to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Hope you're having a splendid day. I've tried to gamble here. Wholesome streamer gambles for 10 minutes straight.
I don't know how to gamble though. This guy says we've run out of game coins. Please don't touch the walls. See, I thought that there was no game coins, right? It's a dandy day, I say. A most dandy day indeed. I think that y'all are looking at the Pokemon Yellow because I don't think that you can gamble in this game. I don't think that you can because I tried to earlier, right? It's in other Pokemon games. I see you found a shiny. I did find it. Look, I've got the shiny here. Also, Pikachu found something. Oh, there's a berry on the ground. Don't eat that. Don't eat that, Pikachu. That's not good. Vaporeon is keen on the newfound Nanab berry. Oh my. But yeah, there's we have also caught another shiny. We caught 2 shinies last night, like an absolute maniac. An absolute maniac catching 2. We got ourselves a beautiful shiny Eevee that we turned into a Vaporeon. And then we also, oops, wrong thing. I want to no, dang it. I want to. Pikachu appears to be examining your complexion. Pikachu's like, you look pale. Maybe we should go outside. Maybe we should go outside, streamer. You haven't been out in 4 days.
Silence, Pikachu. Don't tell them. It's my secret. I told you to keep that secret, you stinking Pikachu.
Your complexion? Yes.
And Pikachu's fascinated.
But yes, we also got this bird right here named Guac. I did not make this up. Or at least I don't think I did. Guac. There it is. Guac. Guac, the beautiful guacamole bird. Guacamole. Hooray. Since you already beat Giovanni, the only way is the Route 7 with lures, no doubt. What? The guy at the bar? Get the coin case from the guy in the bar. What are you talking about? What? Tee-hee, squawk, guac. Guac the squawk. I love it. I love it. Funny bird. Funny bird, pretty bird. What guy at the bar? This guy? Are y'all guys messing with me? Because I'm pretty darn sure that we cannot gamble in this game. There's no gambling. There's no gambling in this game. Maybe it's examining your superiority complex. Oh, what complex? Complexion. Superiority complex. Maybe he's looking at my complicated past. It's all written in my face in the wrinkles. You looked it up. It's a gift? What? What's a gift? Once Silphco is freed and Saffron City saved, find this man standing with his Porygon just to the left of the Pokemon Center. Oh. He gives you the Porygon as thanks for all that you've done. Begging? Beggars can't be pickers. Where is this Porygon fellow? Where is this poor fellow? Oh, Vaporeon found something. Oh my gosh. Vaporeon seems pleased looking at the fountain. I bet you are, you little weird water worm. Come with me, you sweet little water worm, and we're gonna get ourselves a free Porygon. Porygon. The worst episode ever. Have you gone into the Team Rocket base? Oh yeah, I kicked his butt. We already finished like almost the whole story. We almost got the whole story done. We're just trying to make sure that we get all of the exclusives and everything that we can catch. We're trying to... There's a man standing to the left of the Pokemon Center. Saffron? Wait, am I in Saffron right now? I think I'm in Celadon, right? Yeah, Saffron City though. Alchemic literally spelled it out for me. Here we go. Let's go grab it. So we're trying to catch every Pokemon. Then we need to go beat the Fantastic Five, and then someday soon we will play Let's Go Eevee.
Huh? Did you get rid of those Team Rocket thugs? Thanks so much. What do you say? You want to try your hand at raising a Pokemon created by Sylph? You got Porygon.
Wow. Well, heck yeah, brother. Check this guy out. Looks like it was made by Nintendo in the Nintendo 64 era. Doesn't look like Sylph technology to me at all. Well. Well, that's nifty. Now, that's a fine-looking Pokemon right there. That's a fine-looking, beautiful Pokemon. Low polygon count. Should have named it Polygon. Okay, so can we get a Machamp? I think that somebody said that Machamp Golem, Alakazam, and Poliwrath. These are all trades, right?
I do that cowboy voice too well.
Well, I grew up in well, I did grow up in Texas. Did you go to the dojo here? Yeah. I got one of them. I got Hitmonlee, because he's a punchy dude, right? He's the punchy fella. Poliwrath is a water stone, really? Oh yes, it's hard to remember sometimes, but I am born and raised in Texas. Teehee. Did y'all see Malice's message right before the stream ended? I don't think Malice is here right now, but she was like, maybe someday my voice will be deeper than yours. Excuse me? What? I can't believe her. How dare she? My voice isn't that high. It doesn't have to be anyway. Haha, I mean, it's accurate because a butt ton of Texas come by for vacay. That's true. That's because it's a lovely country. That's because it's a lovely country that you live in, my friend. Is this a real Guinea stream? Oh yeah, real Guinea. Here we are, 100% Guinea. It's Electro Jack. Oi, it's nice to see you. Jack, what's up? We're catching pocket monsters. We're catching some Pokemons. How are you doing, my friend? I need to buy a water stone, but I might not have the money. I believe that I am rather poor. Rather poor indeed. So we might not be able to purchase such items. They might be held by superior Pokemon masters. We do have nice skiing and also cheap gas. Ooh, cheap gas. For you to do all of your off-roading activities. I might be able to ski sometime soon. If only Norway would open their doors, I could finally ski for the first time in my life. Even though I feel like I would like snowboarding better, right? I think I would. It's more like skateboarding. It's like the skateboarding of snow. Skiing. Both are very fun. I still feel like I might be better at snowboarding, but maybe it's way harder than I'm thinking. Maybe my little pea brain is totally mixing it all up. Hey, how are you doing, Gyarados? Hello, not teleporting. Oh, what? Teleporting. This is a teleporting. This is called secret technique Sky Dash. This is called Sky Dash. Gyarados, there's no such thing as late. You're right on time. Hello. Only thing that concerns me with snowboarding is you can't shift your feet around like on a skateboard. That's true. But you know what, Sleepy Dogfish, shifting your feet around on a skateboard normally is worse. You should keep your feet pretty still, unless you're doing a trick. One of my biggest problems is my footing. My footing is still pretty bad. Pretty darn bad. That dang old heel flip. Maybe it's because I haven't gotten my heel flip down that I've been taking a break from. Maybe that's why I haven't been skateboarding recently. I've been bamboozled by that stupid heel flip. I was so close. I don't want any of this. No, thanks, Buster. Spooky Kenny. Oh, subscription. Hey, Von Chick, are you still at work? You still at work and you're peeking in on this stream? Don't get fired. I thought that the stones were here. I thought that we could just buy stones. Oh, lunch. You look forward to seeing me try it out? How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Skating stream win? I thought about making that a subathon thing, but no thanks. Well. It looks like we're gonna have to go to a new level. Excuse me? Do you have any evolution items, my good friends? I don't think it's on this one. This is the level of switch. That was the switch level. This one is the... Yes, this fine fellow. Might I purchase one of your water stones? Have I only got one? In my bag, 0. Good. Just wanted to double check. Don't want to waste any money. All right. Excuse me, sir. I will be upgrading my Pokemon right in here. Can you imagine? A kid just busts out their Pokemon straight in the lobby. Right in the lobby, he threw out his gigantic muscular Pokemon and it became even more gigantic and more muscular. It was a disturbing sight for all. We summarily threw him out. Add to party. Ice skating stream. Ooh, ice skating stream. I feel like somebody would have to be outside of the ice rink, right? And have to like zoom in. Ooh, that sounds hard to film. What, ice skate with the phone in my hand? Dude, that is a sure way for me to drop my phone on the ice, crack its screen, and then skate right over it and cut it in half. Guaranteed. Use a what? What do you mean just use a GoPro? Just another person like you. I'd have to hook up the GoPro to a computer that would be hooked onto my back. I would have to hook it onto, I would have to put a computer on my back. And then I'd have to have the computer also connected to, I'd have to connect it to, what is it called? Data? I mean, it's so much work and it's so expensive. Oh yeah. Ice skating VR, close enough? What? No. You wanna fund that, Von Chick? You wanna fund me getting a stream backpack? I'm game. I'm game. You wanna purchase that backpack for me? All right, let's go. Let's go, Von Chick. Come on now. It's me, Scott V. Good evening, friend. Hope that the stream is going well. Can't stay tonight. Just want to remind you how awesome you are. That's so sweet, Scott. You never have to jump in if you're too busy. Don't worry about it. Thank you for bringing the good vibes and saying hello. Thanks for saying hello, Scott. But hey, if you're ever busy, don't you ever feel bad about it. You just do what you got to do, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Ay. Scott B. Have a good day, my friend. What? How much? How much? Look at this big guy. Oh yeah, strong. Look at that strong gentleman. Oh my gosh, Polyrath. What a frightening, oh, excuse me. Madam. Beautiful. Have you started a YouTube channel? I sure did. I've got a few followers. All you gotta do is just look up Kenny White, and I'm not the music channel. Let's forget some old moves and let's replace them with submission. Submission. 80, what is a low kick? It's nothing 100. Let's forget this one. Let's learn this one right here. Submission. It does sound like a real wrestling move. I don't want to be in the ring with this guy. Whew, look at him. Oh, Small Apple. Small Apple, welcome back. What the heck? This is two days in a row? To what do I owe the pleasure, Small Apple? No, not the music channel? How disappointing. Soon I'll have one. I'll just make a channel and I'll name it Mark Decker. And I'll do all of my FNAF raps. I'll do my FNAF rap covers. Yo, yo, yo. What did I replace? What did I take out? I said Muck? Oh, it's the Icebird. Icebird, where are you? Back with coffee. That's all that matters in this world, Clay. Coffee is all you need. Coffee will be your friend. No matter what, coffee will be there. Bad things happen, coffee never leaves. Good things happen, coffee's there to cheer you on. Coffee's always with you. An addiction, but it's a blessing too. You wish you had G Fuel? Vonchik, get yourself some G Fuel. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Hashtag not sponsored. Also have a poisoned bird. Here we go. You got Cold War today. Ooh, nice. I was tempted to get Cold War, but then I decided not to. If you have a couple of Moonstones, you can get Wigglytuff and Clefable. Nani? But wait, there's Moonstones in... we should leave them alone. I'm pretty sure that there's little, like, Moonstones in Celadon Cave. Pretty sure that there's just a bunch of there's a ton of freebies, right? I think so. Your fursuit finally arrived? Oh, snap! What's your character, Small Apple? Or what species? That's cool. In Mount Moon? I could have swore that we picked up all of them in Mount Moon. I don't know. But we're gonna get Mewtwo eventually. What did I even do here? Oh, I was getting the water guy. Now let's heal up. Let's heal up and get strong. It's about time for us to go fight the Fantastic Five. You had an old OC from whenever you used to do role plays with your boyfriend? But that is not an answer. Swell apple, I must know. They respawn? What? Splendid. Ooh, let's go get ourselves some free moonstones. Also, I love that new emote. Where is it from? I love those big eyes. Dead Toon. I've never heard of this bean before. I love them. The emote anyway. Here we go. He's a Bork man. His name is Carlos. Ooh, cool beans. Doggo. Woo. He's a sweetie. Dead Toon. I've never heard of him. What do they stream? What does this Dead Toon stream?
Mount Moon's right here. Let's go to Cerulean and go left.
Oh, is Callie sleepy? Oh, good night, Callie. Oh, I'm so sorry. I almost missed it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Callie. Good night. Get some sleep. All right. Good night. They stream scary games. Oh. So like Village, Scary Village. Callie, get some sleepies. We'll see you later, friendo. Thanks for being here. It was nice to see you. Uh-oh. Looks like you can't go this way. Oh, fiddlesticks. How dare. Making me fly twice.
Well, you gotta fly twice.
All right, let's get ourselves some free moonstones. That's a long walk, you guys. Time for a long, painful walk. I wish that we could ride on Vaporeon. If only we got like a giant Vaporeon. They used to stream a lot of Overwatch and Diva was his main. What a chump. What a chump. I can't believe that he likes Diva. He only likes Diva because of the cute design. Unacceptable. This, what, Delta Toon is his name? Ay, shaking my head. All right, let's go over here. Remember whenever Kenny played Fall Guys? I played Fall Guys recently. What are you talking about? We just played it like 3 days ago. 2 days ago, actually. Sounds familiar. Zoom, or is it Delta Ruin? Here we go. Wow. Oh, she found something. Or he found something, sorry. You seem like a very feminine Pokemon, I apologize. I'm misgendering Pokemon left and right. I apologize. Come, Vaporeon. You most handsome Pokemon. What's this guy doing? Who just sits on a rock out here? Whoa, just taking a little rest here. That tunnel from Cerulean City takes a lot out of you. Really? Where's that? Where's Mount Moon? Oh, here we go. Nice. Zoom. A Fall Guys update tomorrow, by the way. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Let's see if we can find ourselves some free stones. I think they're supposed to be in here, right? Also, everybody keep your eye out. Because there might be a golden Geodude around here. There might be a golden Geodude. Please keep your eyes peeled. Spam the chat if you see one. Last time we were in here, there was a golden Geodude and I didn't even see it. Oh, bad memories. Bad times. Could be in any of the craters. Golden Nugget Dude. It was so awesome. I didn't even see it until somebody clipped it. Doo-doo-doo. Was that a drip? Was that Geodude drip? Geodude was dripping in swag. It's not in any of these craters. Kratos. Kratos bless us with more cratered stones. Down we go. Let's see if we can find some. What, is that a sip? Ice Dragon. Oh my gosh, Ice Dragon's here. Oi! Ice Dragon, how are you doing, my friend? Thanks for jumping in the chat. Hello. Do-do-do-do. Oh, what? Oh, look, a little bug. A little weird bug. Oi, oi, oi! Ice Dragon has entered the chat. Oh, bats! Wait, I've never been down here? There's a rare candy that we did never get. Wow. Well. Ooh, free moonstone. All right. Parasect should be here too. Really? Parasect? Ooh, keep your eyes out for Parasect, you guys. I've never even seen that one before. Astroneer on Friday? Absolutely not. Below 0 on Friday. Thank you, Ice Dragon, for the sips. Also, thank you for the fresh and delicious Marshall spam in the chat. Spam. Fried Marshall spam. All right, Buster. You want to get wrecked? You're making a joke, you know it's below zero? The most important game of our generation. The most important game of the year. My personal game of the year. Subnautica, below zero. I haven't played it, but it's gonna be the very best. Let's karate chop this rat. Also, it's looking like Linz's basement over here, you know what I'm saying? Looking like Lynn's basement up in this cave. Look at all these Golbats. Look out! Oh, I'm trying to work out. No, diseases. Leave me alone. Dad, call pest control. Mount Moon is wrecked. Let's get out of here. You think that Parasect has to be evolved, but you're not sure? I can't even check his habitat. I don't even know, ZB. No habitat. Linz, do you have something to tell us? No? She's already told us. There's a bat. There's a bat in the basement. Team Rocket! That was your last Halloween costume? Ooh, Lemonberry, do you mean like last year or do you mean like final? Oi, that's super cool. I would love to be Jesse one day. I don't mean dressed as Jesse, I mean be Jesse. Jesse James. Oi! Arisa, do you think that you could be Jesse? I'll be James. Zoom!
Now, if only we could find a Meowth. Meh.
You brought back stream avatars? You bet I did.
Yeah.
Hey, what
One
topic?
topic gifted a tier 1 sub
You
to
gifted a sub
Electrojack.
directly to
They have given
Electrojack? Did you
16 gift subs in the channel.
One topic, do you know this bean? What? Thank you for the gifted sub. What? What is OT out here gifting subs? Hey. What? Oh my gosh. Ow, wow. Ow, wow, 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 wow. What happened? Electrojack. What did you do to appease the Odie? Oh my gosh. Odie, thank you so much for the gifted sub for Alfredo Jack. Hooray. What a sweet bean you are. Hello. I don't know. Electrojack, you're blessed. Hashtag blessed. Thank you very muchers. I can hear all of these words. I can hear them in Ope's voice. I love them. You're almost in the sub-teens. Sub-teens? It sounds like a young subber. What's a sub-teen? Yes, evolve Paris at level 24. Oh no. I don't want to do that. I don't want to evolve an ugly old bug. Thank you so much, OT. I appreciate it. Oh, wait. Oh, the sub's on the screen. Oh, 12.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yeah.
One topic
our
gifted
sub
a
count
tier
can have a
1
Twitch
sub from
account.
Daily.
Hey. Our sub account is welcome to the chat. Hey, yeah. Now our sub goal can create their own Twitch account. Thank you so much. Odie. Oh my gosh. Thank you very much for the generosity, my friend. Oh my gosh. Paris is ugly too? No, not really. Paris is kind of cute. Paris, you know, it's a decent city. Ow. Thank you so much, OT, for the with two gifted subs. Holy moly. You should be gifting subs to me. I should be gifting subs to you. What is my parasect, or not parasect? What is my parasat? My little strange bug. The only thing that I don't like about them is that they have mushrooms on their head. Looks kind of gross. Or their body. They're growing mushrooms on themselves. Ewy. Ewy dewy. Ewy dewy yucky. Look at it. Just look at this beast. Check summary. Oh, look at his teeth too. Ew. Ew, it's got sideways teeth. Ew, gross. Looks like the Predator. Looks like the Predator with two googly eyes and a couple of growths on the back of their belly. Ugh. I don't know. It's got crab arms and crab legs. It looks like... You think he's a cutie? Look at his mouth. Would you kiss that mouth, Di? Would you kiss a mouth like that with teeth on the outside of it? On the side of it? Parasect also has a 15... Okay. I'd rather catch it. I don't want to grow this thing. I don't want this thing in my party. Those big, unblinking eyes. Those big, unblinking eyes that have no sorrow. They have no sorrow for what they're about to do to all of your Pokemon. All of your Pokemon are already dead. Omae wa mo shinderu. You like his shrooms? What? On your YouTube channel, you should post gaming content. Maybe. Maybe someday, we'll see. Poor thing getting trashed like that. Not trashed. If you think it's so great, then you argue for it. It's gross. I would like kissing a good tarantula. Do tarantulas have teeth on the side of their face? I thought the tarantula don't they have little little finger mouth like this? Don't they go like? I thought that it wasn't outward, right? Not sure. It could be a dessert, a Paris, or a tarantula. Are you saying that you think that a tarantula could be a dessert? That is disgusting. Its name is literally best. Tarantulas have pedipalps, which are mouth legs, but tucked beneath they have fangs. They can be quite long. Also, they can be called teeth. Okay, so yeah, the mouth fangs, the mouth legs. I thought that those weren't on the outside, right? I thought that they go downward, not inward, right? I'm pretty sure. Also, how do you know so much about biology? OT, are you a biology? Do you have a minor in biology? You know all the things. You know all the things about biology, and I don't know why. You gotta head out. Sorry for being so busy. Oh, what? Do not apologize. We'll see you later. Linz, it was nice to see you. We'll see you later, bad girl. I understand you can't stand Mount Moon, but it's all right. Next time, I promise we won't be in Mount Moon. Bye-bye. You wanted to be an entomologist whenever you were a kid? Ooh, an entomologist. Isn't that the science of being intimate with other human beings? That's very wholesome and very sweet. Now we're looking for Parasect, right? Big bug boy, big buck bunny. I mean big bug bunny. Looking for a big bug. Gazardos, please don't spam that. We'll see if I ever post anything on YouTube ever again. Who knows? I might never post again. Gazardos, you're gonna have to wait with bated breath. Actually, unfortunately, I actually do have to post one video, okay? So you've got at least one. But yes, please don't spam. It's a bug scientist, an entomologist. That is super duper cool. Buggos! Wait a second. No, I said biology in general because I think that you had things to say about dolphins too, right? Maybe you know about bugs and you're opinionated. Maybe together. But this knowledge likely came from my current tarantula. Wait, what? You have a tarantula? You bug? You have a bug? I don't know if I could visit anymore, OT. I'm scared. I'm scared of anybody that has tarantula for a pet. Oh, an addition to the Kenny Cook saga. This time, Kenny cooks his house down. This time, Kenny cooks more burnt waffles. It's only been featured on Instagram. It was an Instagram exclusive, but he's finally bringing his greatest hits to his YouTube channel. Also, where the flip flap is.
Lana.
What? Danger zone.
Lana. Hey. Vonchik, thank you very much for the beautiful sound effects. You love all animals. I likely mentioned that they had their own dialects and accents, and that scientists taught them new words and specific types of seaweed. Heard them use the same word weeks later, which they did like for what?
Yeah.
Which they did oost for like fun.
Wow.
That's my favorite thing that he ever says. Grandpa Pumpkin. That's my favorite Brian quote. Wow, it's so sarcastic. It's the most sarcastic Brian thing. Wow. Grandpa Pumpkin, thank you so much for the 8 months of support. Yo, thank you for the 8 months. Holy moly. Wow. Pumpkin, I hope you're having a wonderful day. One of my favorite fake grandpa in the chat, Kareem. Oh, it's time for you to go to bed? Oh, Kareem, we'll see you later. Have a good night. Have a wonderful evening. Get yourself some good sleep. Hope you enjoyed the vibes, my friend. I'm glad that I streamed today so that I can hang out with beans like you. Hooray! Dolphins are great, which they did just for fun. My gosh. Anyway, dolphins, haha. Dolphins are super cool. But we have to be careful talking about dolphins because there's some edgelords in the chat that like to talk major yang about one of our cutest rubbery water animals. I personally love dolphins, and you can't convince me otherwise. I don't care if they kill for sport. The dolphins, they retain no blame for this. Survival of the fittest. Rubbery. Look at them. They're like the puppies of the sea. Pet. I got to pet a dolphin one time, and they are adorable. Arisa, you find the cutest emotes. Hooray. I know. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought that you said make. Limit, have you seen the emotes that Arisa made most recently? Holy moly. Arisa's getting so much better at drawing, and I'm super duper proud. And the emotes are super duper cute. Hooray! You may be seeking them out. Oh, the emotes. Oh, yes. I like people and they kill for sport. Wait, what? I don't like people like that, though. I would like a dolphin no matter what war crimes they committed. I would not like a human, regardless of their war crimes, though. Sorry. It's an honor considering I don't think I'm the only one. Oh, no! Oh, dear. Wait, there are other fake grandpas around here? Is that true? Oh, dear, Grandpa Pumpkin. I appear to have accidentally said favoritism. Oh, dear. Don't bonk me on the head. I didn't do anything. Itai. I worry about some of you. Die. No, that's fair. Midnight Blondie. Hey! Or Blonde. I'm sorry. Midnight Blonde. How are you doing? You missed me? Weren't you here yesterday? You're so sweet. I'm so glad that you're here. Midnight Blonde, here I am. Oh, you going to bed? And go get some schlep. Go get schlep. We should play a game sometime soon. And we should play a game together. You need to teach me how to play 7 Days to Die because it is boring. You got to teach me how to make that game interesting. Oh, shinies. A shiny arrives and Anne leaves. Oh my gosh. Anne, we'll see you later. Get some rest. Get some schlep. There goes one of my artists. There goes one of the channel artists. Bye, everyone. Oh, we'll see you later, Von Chick. Thanks for bonking me on the head. Von, I hope that you enjoy the rest of your work day. We'll see you later. Oh, Kim's arrived too. Hooray, Kim, Midnight Blonde, and Shiny are here. Shiny, Kim, Midnight Blonde. How are y'all doing? Did a Palma stream just end? What happened? Either Palma just ended or Click just ended or something. The party just got started. Just getting started. Late stream. Hey-oh. We probably won't stay for too late, but it's a late stream. Also, Elfie's still here. So late. Elfie, what a bean you are. You're very tired and sentimental. You just want to hug everybody. That's so sweet. That's how I feel whenever I get super tired. Let's catch this because it's big. Hey! I think we already have this, right? I'm pretty sure that we evolved it. Zoom! I know, Clefable, it's rare, so I gotta catch it. I gotta do it. It looks angy. It also looks kind of like Charlie Brown. Its eyes look like Charlie Brown with the little things on the side of it. The little. Ah, yes, early. Oh, no, Kim. That's not good. Holy moly, Kim, what's happening? So early. That's probably more accurate. Early streams. Hello. Where's Parasect? Maybe we should lure. Have you gotten any new shinies? Shiny. Did you hear about any of them? We caught 2 last night. Did you hear? You see? Look. Do you see this? Shiny, did you see any of them? Also, I love that Joy so much. 2? One of them's with me right now. Did you not notice? The shiny Vaporeon? We were looking for a shiny Eevee and we evolved it into a beautiful purple baby. The beautiful purple baby. You didn't even notice. How dare. How dare you ignore the most beautiful? The most beautiful. I wish that Joy streamed at a time that I could watch. I watch like every Joy stream that I can, but it's so early. I don't wake up that early anymore. Yes, but we've got our beautiful Vaporeon. And then we also caught another shiny, the first shiny that we caught. I'm so glad that we caught this one first, because I wouldn't have kept hunting if we'd gotten a shiny Eevee. But instead, we also got a shiny Doduo. Here it is. Guac! Guac a squawk. It is guacamole, or like squawk. It's like squawkamole right here. Two little guacamole balls. Two little peas. It's two little tiny peas on sticks connected to another pea. It is very funny. I love it. I wish that I could have all of my shinies walking behind me. Oh my gosh, he's a wasabi boy. I know. He's wasabi, avodago, guacamole. He's adorable. I love it. Nature is mild. Also, flavors mild. Characteristics, likes to run. Likes to run for president and win. I'd vote for Squawk. I put Squawk on my ticket as a write-in. Now, we're looking for some kind of a strange bug. Almost said ugly again. Sorry, Elfie. We're looking for a weird bug. There's a weird bug around here somewhere. Oh! You are not a bug. Get out of here, you big old rock. Get out of here, rockhead. But yeah, there should be a bug around here somewhere. We're in Mount Moon, so it's a perfect place. A mushroom lad. A mushroom bug. A bug? Elfie, that face. More joy emotes. Ah! I love the joy close. That's my favorite one. My favy. Welcome to my Swedish stream. I want to catch this one just because it's fancy. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, it's the shiny emote. Whenever I first started seeing that, I thought that was literally Shiny's channel. I thought that was from Shiny's channel because Shiny uses it all of the time, and it's amazing. The kitties have been fed and now get to relax in bed and watch the stream. Hey, celestial kitten, vibing with the meow meows. You connect that emote to Shiny more than Joy? That's what I'm saying, Alfie. That's me too. That's me all over the place. Clefable. Clefable. The Pokemon show is kind of weird with all the Pokemon just saying their name over and over. Clefable. Ekans. Muck. All right, now where's our mushroom lad? Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi. I was promised mushrooms at this party. Look, there's the little one. There's the little baby version. We do not need that one. Not that one. That one's the boring one. We want his older brother. His older brother lives around here somewhere. There was a census in the area, and they definitely came up and said that there were a bunch of these insects. But I don't know, census data seems to be inaccurate. What should I do with this hacked shiny Ho-Oh that you got from Wonder Trade? I think that you should let it be, free. A hacked trade? If I ever got a hacked trade, I would probably release it into the wild. Or give it to the professor or something. I don't know, I just can't stand up. Like, cheating in games like this seems so silly. Unless it's something that you literally can't get. Like, I don't know, it really upsets me that the old Game Boy Advance games, you just can't get Mew anymore. Like, there's just an island that was only available during 2002. Like, in 2002, you had to go to real world events and get tickets and stuff for in-game content. Like, that's some serious baloney right there. I wonder if there's some way to hack that with a ROM. Yeah, there's real world events that are tied to some Pokemon games, like the early ones. Yeah, like you just literally cannot get those tickets. The only way to get that Pokemon is if you trade somebody with the game card that has it. That's the only way that it exists on the Game Boy Advance now. And it's still in the Pokedex. So it will never be complete. You can never have a complete one unless you buy a game that has the save. Probably all hacked saves anyway. So rude, I know. That's so much worse than DLC. I'd rather pay for the Mew. You glitched a Mew into Pokemon Blue before? Then you gave it to your boyfriend at the time? A mistake. That's worth more than its weight in gold, Die. You can't trust somebody with something like that. I can't trust anybody. I've got trust issues. I don't know if I could trust anybody with a gift like that. Yeah, that really is annoying. Well, but thankfully, somewhere in my brain, I can just ignore it and say, it's impossible to get. It doesn't count. I am a true romantic, gifting Pokemon games. Oh my. That should get you pretty far in the dating game, Die. I really did. Now, that's really how you win them. You gotta win them with your Pokemon saves. I don't think that they're down here, by the way. Die's love language is rare Pokemon. I caught the shiny for you, my love. Date me. Marry me. You receive a shiny Mew from Die. The only response is, marry me. Dang it. At least we're not using a lure right now. Pokemon is important. Sippy, sippy. Now I want coffee. Maybe I'll make myself some Bones coffee and stay up all night playing Apex Legends. Pew, pew. What are we playing tomorrow? Stardew Valley? I can afford to not sleep with a Stardew stream afterward. Stardew streams can be done with minimum sleep. The penguin and the shiny rocks, but a shiny Pokemon. Oh, yeah. The penguin and the pebble. The penguin and the shiny pebble. The penguin and the shard of glass. I love that episode. That one's much more exciting. Penguin gets a weapon and fends off all the enemies. I also like the king penguin in Happy Feet that has the bit of trash around his neck, and he's like, "The gods have bestowed upon me this trash. I must be your leader. The gods of the ocean have given me this blessing." Oh, The Pebble and the Penguin's a good movie? Yeah, isn't that animated by Chuck Jones? Isn't that a Chuck Jones original? Or wait, is that Chuck Jones or is that the American Tail guy? Is that Bluth? Is that Bluth or Jones? I forget. You really wish that you had bought Let's Go Diamond and Pearl remake coming out in like October? Ooh, yeah, I want to try those. Tim Curry is in it? Oh! Tim Curry. Now you're speaking my language. There's only one Tim Curry movie that I'll never watch. And everything else is on the table. Oh, it's directed by Bluth. I thought so. Rip off Disney for the win. I didn't like the last Bluth movie that we watched, so I know Bluth is kind of on the rocks. Didn't he make Anastasia? I did not like Anastasia that much. It was like Disney gone wrong. Disney, Fail Army Original. Top 10 Disney fails. But yeah, I'm looking forward to those new Pokemon games. I am almost more interested in just the remake rather than the MMO. I'm scared that I'm not going to enjoy the MMO. Maybe I will. Multiplayer games normally scare me away. But maybe I'll love it. Maybe it'll be the next big game that I play. Maybe that'll be my next addiction. My next addiction, Pokemon MMO. There's a lot of bats down here. Not a single good-looking bug. Just a bunch of weird mushroom bugs down. Oh, hello. Hello. If she's got angel wings, if she's pink, that might not be Clefairy. That might be Clefable. Build up that win streak, baby. How many more Pokeballs do I have? 20? Ah, that's enough. I'll waste a few on you, Clefable. Yeah. Stop swiping at me. Let me catch you. Swipe or no swiping. Get in this Pokeball. You're supposed to up my chances of getting this stupid bug. MMO Pokemon sure sounds scary. What? It sounds scary. Pokemon. You think Anastasia was the only Bluth movie that we watched for movie night? I thought that we watched, what about the Fern Gully? I thought the Fern Gully was Bluth, right? Fern Gully was pretty good. I kind of liked it. The messaging though was so blunt, so poorly put in there. But I mean, I like Forest pretty good. It's like I agreed with what it was saying. It was just ugh. I mean, it was a kids movie. They're literally just like, chopping down trees is evil. You're killing little... Oh, it isn't Bluth? Oh, I was confused. Yeah, that movie is just literally like, there are little cute fairies that live in the trees, and if you chop them down, you kill the fairies. Bullying kids into loving trees. How dare! I think that the reality of trees is good enough, but all right. We could get fanciful. Just so long as kids appreciate nature, then I guess it's worth it. For some reason, you feel like we watched Rockadoodle? No, we did not watch Rockadoodle. We did talk about it though. I've never seen that. I'm very, very afraid of it. That was a new noise. Is that Parasect? Or is that no? That's just Paris. Why did I never hear that? Bluth. The Bluth movie that we need to watch is An American Tail. That's what we need to watch. I haven't watched that in forever. American Tail. American Tail and the second one, Feifel Goes West. I like that movie. I like the scary spider. I think I'm gonna leave here. I hate this chamber. Mount Moon should be even for all of the spawns. So let's just move around a little bit. Because it is getting boring in there. Just wait for a few seconds. Just wait for a tick. See if anything good spawns. Keep your eyes out for a big old bug. Supposed to be a big old bug around here. Hey, it's Harvey. What the heck? Yo, 14 months. Holy moly. Holy moly. Harvey, thank you for the big support. Oi. Harvey, how are you doing, my friend? We're chilling here catching some Pokemon. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for passing on that Prime. Those Bezos bucks for 14 months. I appreciate it, my friend. Here's the 14 more months. Let's go. Also, Revan's here. Hello. Hi, Revan. Hope you're having a great day. Hello. I saw you over in the chat today. I saw you in Discord. Or was that last night? I don't remember. K-Tronics is here too. Revenant K-Tronics. Yay. All the friendos are checking in. So nice. Ashley Rose was even here earlier too. Hooray. Whoops. I think that I forgot to thank Ashley for those 10 bits that happened earlier. Oh dear. If you're here, Ashley, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. Yeah, we're looking for a big old bug. Looking for a big old gross bug. Revan's here. Such cute emotes. I look at those emotes and I don't recognize them as my own yet. I haven't seen them enough. They're too cute. They're too cute. They look like they belong on somebody else's channel. Too cute to live. Adorable. Shroom bug. Oi. Hearty emotes. Ah, yes, a hearty dose of emotes. Yeah, we're looking for... I don't even know what it looks like because I've never encountered it before in this game. I have a vague notion. Of what it looks like because I've seen it in other games, but not in this one. Haven't even spotted it. Do-do-do-do. At least this music is less stressful than that other cave. This music is more like foreboding. Not stressful, just a little bit foreboding. You're a little concerned what might be waiting around the corner. And you probably should, because there's Team Rocket everywhere. It looks like Paris, but with just one mushroom. Just a single mushroom. Oh, don't leave. We gotta stay in here until we find that big old bug. I'm about to put on the lure, you guys. I'm about to put on the lure. I was trying to explain about Dom's hot tub. Yeah. We were talking about having a, we're hoping to have a hot tub stream soon, you guys. With all the wholesome streamers are gonna get together. We're gonna do a hot tub stream. And we're gonna bring pancake batter and we're gonna cook pancakes in the water. It's gonna be fantastic. A big wholesome pancake party. I've got 2 max lures. I don't want to do it though. La 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 la. Jump on the hot tub meta. I have seen whenever I was looking up subathon goals, man. Like every single list that I saw, they had the same thing. Hot tub stream. But there's like a bunch of people that were like, oh, a hot tub stream but wholesome. Hot tub stream but hot dog. Hot tub stream but fully clothed. Like, oh my gosh, what's happening? There was another thing that kept popping up. I can't remember what it was. It was something that like I thought that was a normal thing to do. I tried to make my subathon goals things that weren't like things that you would expect would happen, like Just Dance. I don't want to put Just Dance because y'all deserve a Just Dance anyway. Y'all get a Just Dance stream anyway. That requires no subs. No subs included. You get Just Dance, but for half of the price. And double the length of the stream. Zoom. Somebody did a hot tub stream, but they played water polo and trolled chat? Water polo. Ooh. That's cool. That's cool as heck. That is too impressive to be annoying. Can't be annoyed after seeing that. At least I'm not wasting a lure right now, but seriously, where's this bug? Speaking of Just Dance win, so, I thought of it because somebody mentioned it, but we do need to play Just Dance soon. Because I paid for an annual sub and I got to take full advantage of it, Elfie. I don't want to waste any money, you know? My mama raised me to only do one thing, and that's save money. There's Geodude right there. She sure didn't teach me how to cook, which you'll find out soon on Cooking with Kenny. Oh, what's going on down here? Oh, we've already been here. We already were searching for moonstones down here, and I still haven't seen a single one. I require a heads up, Elfie. Will you adjust your schedule for a Just Dance stream? I will give you fair warning, okay? That's too special of a stream. If you have a Jigglypuff, use a moonstone on it. Ooh, I'm quite confident that I do. Oh, hang on. Hot tub stream, but it's just Kitty playing Just Dance. That's about right. It almost looks like I'm in a hot tub whenever I play Just Dance. It looks like I just got out of a hot tub. Dripping wet and steaming hot. Steam coming off of his skin, dripping onto the floor, soaking the carpet. What? Do I have a Jigglypuff? Yeah, aha! Jiggly, as in Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, add to the party. Here we go. Buy a bathtub from Lowe's. Dance in an empty bathtub. Bathtub doubles as your new bed. Bed? What? Cooking with Kenny? You're gonna do a cooking stream? Yes, Shiny, I owe y'all a cooking stream. And I might do it in a maid outfit too. I might do it in a maid outfit as well. We'll have to see. You said, yeah, Alchemic, you said, if you have a Jigglypuff, use the moonstone on it. And then we get a Wigglytuff. How do you get an avatar? I think everybody has one, Pika Sans, at the bottom of the screen. Pretty sure that you're down there. But if you want to adjust it, then you've got to use the extension. There's a couple of ways to affect the extension. It depends on whether you're on mobile. Kenny cooks burnt pancakes. That's a burnt waffles. Thank you very much, Elfie. I would never cook pancakes. Unless we were doing pancake art. Joseph Pikachu's. Ooh, maybe we really should do that, huh? Wigglytuff is cuter than Jigglypuff, don't at me. It's even cuter. Aww, adorable. It's way cuter than Jigglypuff, I think. Look at its ears. Aww, adorable. Terribly sorry. 5 a.m. brain. No. You're fine, Elfie. I was only teasing you. Oh, poo. Wigglytuff is way cuter. Wigglypuff is big cute. Big cute with his big old bunny ears. A beautiful pink egg. That's probably why I love it. It's one of my people. Egg, frying an egg. Egg, a Vodigo. Oh, look, speaking of eggs. Well. What have we got here? The egg bearer. The egg bearer taking that egg all the way to Mount Doom. You've got quite a load there, Clefairy. Maybe you want to share the load with old Sammy Poo. Excuse me, hello? Frodo, maybe you'd like to share the load. Share the load, Mr. Frodo. Samuel, don't touch my ring. It was given to me by Aragorn as a gift. What Pokemon would you have? Me? Oh, Pika-san, thank you so much for the follow. What the heck? Hello. What's up? Also, what Pokemon am I? Oh. Oh. I give up. I'm too powerful. Excuse me, you can call me Mr. Clefable. Oh yes, I am a Ditto. That's true. I am a Ditto. Because I like to copy other streamers. Yay! You guys, what do you say? Wait, what was that? What? Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember what we were gonna play. That I was like, oh no, other people are doing that. What's it? What is it called? It's Pokécraft. That's what it is. You're a little skitty. You're a little skidit. That's awesome. They're so cute. Skyrim? No, they're copying me that time. That's them copying me. I've been talking about playing Skyrim for a while, and then all of a sudden OT plays it. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. Salty and OT playing it right after I've been talking about it for months. I say, foul play, sir. Boom, boom, boom. Order in the court. Then I shall draw you as Ditto. Ditto, please add extra neck flaps. Make it so handsome and beautiful. I would love to see it. I would love to see me as a Ditto. Also, purple's the best. I mean, Click played Skyrim too. What? Kim, it goes deeper. Do you have a shiny Ditto? Not yet. Not yet. There's you can catch Ditto in this game, right? Maybe we should go Ditto hunting. It's a rite of passage to play Skyrim on stream. Yeah, I think that what I was saying was Landfork played Pokemon Minecraft. What is it? Pixelmon? We need to still play that. We still need to play that, you guys. Oh my gosh, Arisa won the duel? Ooh, you got wrecked, Nye. Got wrecked by Arisa. Hey, that's my girl. Pixelmon, yes. More Pixelmon. We might play it. It's fun. It is a very fun. Get out of here. Get out of here, you stinking bat. Be gone. Die. You're still beautiful even whenever you're beaten to a pulp and laying in the dirt. Do you not have Ditto in the game yet? That's a good question. I could have swore that we caught Ditto in some corner on the map, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that we caught that lad. Yeah, because he was like, it was near where the Snorlax was, right? In a corner? In a corner on the right side of the map. Yep, there he is. Look at him. Look at that boy. Head empty. Head empty right there. This is the perfect face for that horrible Pikachu, for that horrible Kirby song that we listened to. That's like. There you go. Brain empty. Please pet the Ditto. A little puddle. I know. What a cutie. What does a shiny Ditto look like? I love Ditto. Ditto is the empty that inhabits our brain. Everything that's non-monkey. If it's not monkey, then it's probably Ditto. That's all that's in our brain. Little Ditto dancing, going. What? Pikachu, what did I do? Pikachu's pouting? Yo, shush. No pouting, Pika. Tickle, tickle. Don't you dare. No pouting for the Pika. It's a pretty blue. Ooh. No pouting, you silly. Eat this. Nom, 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 nom. Eat it. Hot Wheels, eat that. All right, Pikachu, there you go. We took good care of him. Zoom. Okay, what? Oh, you need one? Conclusion. Arisa is a shiny Ditto. Oh, what? Arisa is a shiny Ditto. Since when? A blue blob? Are you calling her a head empty blue blob? How dare. Well, that's probably pretty accurate. Arisa is a head empty blue blob, officially. It's now canon. Now officially considered real canon. Blue blob. Arisa, if you start having a better bedtime, then you can get the head empty taken off of your blue blob status. Wow! Excuse me? Pardon me, my good fellow. You know, we run into this guy all of a sudden. Interesting. Oh, we'll see you later, Pika Sans. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. There's this big onyx right here. I'm just like, we haven't run into a single onyx down here. Oh, wait. Okay, good night, everybody. Have a lovely night. Oh, wait. Are you actually going to bed? Oh, no. Arisa, what have I done? Don't leave. Oh. Head empty. Art ideas go burr. Oh. Speak. Oh, you were about to say that? Oh, okay. All right, now I feel bad. Vaporeon is staring at Pikachu intently. Now I feel bad. Arisa, I'm sorry. We'll see you later. Don't feel bad, it's 4:40. Whoa! Whoa! Go to bed. Get out of here. Get out of here, go to sleep. We'll see you later, Arisa. Thanks for watching over the chat. Thank you for watching over the chat and for being a good bean. A good bean. You are a good art bean. We have lots of good art beans in the chat. Kim's an art bean. Kim. When are you gonna make a portfolio website, Kim? Oh, that's cute. Academic Refuge, I love that. I love that emote. Look at that. Sad, what is it called? Sad bread. What is it? Look at the crying bread. I'm trying to remember what that clip was. The loaf. The loaf clip that was posted by Oops. I'm trying to remember. What is it? It's like sad loaf. Look at the crying bread. Depressed loaf or something. An art bean who recently drew OT. What? Have I seen this yet? Oh, Isaku Crossing. You returned. Your older brother is streaming, so you popped in to say hi. How sweet. Awesome sauce. I'm glad that you got to say hi. Oh. That shouldn't that be a, oh, it's on Discord? Oh, I just haven't seen it yet. You must have posted it and I didn't look. I'm sorry. I'll look at it soon. Yeah, maybe I should make that a soundbite because I love that soundbite. It's so funny. Dramatic loaf. That's what it is. Yeah. Is that crying bread? Dramatic loaf. I don't like laughing at my own clips, but that one is funny. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at my own clips. That's horrible. That's horrible. Oh, I just spoke to the Pokemon again. Whoopsies. Oh, a drop of water fell down and startled it. What? It's literally Vaporeon. It's a water beast. Arisa, you're supposed to be asleep. Unbelievable. Arisa's the kind of bean in chat that says good night and then keeps lurking. Oi! Is that from Pink Sheep? Is that a Pink Sheep emote? So cute. Adorable. You leave Arisa alone. Do. Dramatic loaf. I don't think that this bug exists, you guys. I'm done. Listen, I've got a belly up, you guys. You know what time it is. It's lure time. A mysterious scent spreads around us. The likelihood of it spawning just went up, baby. I'm done. We can't live here forever. I can't live in this cave. The more that I walk, the more the lure goes away, but I want to try to not get hit by any of these Pokemon. Don't touch me. All right, here we go. Yeah, we're still looking for Parasect. It's supposed to be in Mount Moon. It's supposed to be here. So now we got some juice. We got the juice. We could walk around a lot with this lure, but I'm gonna minimize it. We need Parasect. We haven't even seen them a single time. It's right there. No, that's a Paras. That's a Paras. That's not a Parasect. We need the upgraded version. We need the big boy. Big boy. Why do we need a Parasect? Because we want to catch them all, Kim. What do you... Why do we need one? Gotta catch them all. The one that's sitting in front of you? What? Oh, yeah, the evolved one that's sitting right in front of me. Yeah, these are Paras in front of me. Easier to just evolve? Too late. I've already used the lure, shiny. We're gonna catch them. This is Pokemon. This is not evolve them all. That's not how the song goes. It doesn't go, Pokemon, gotta evolve them all. Because you're too lazy. It doesn't go like that. No. We're gonna catch them all. Come on. Where's that Pokemon at? We gotta kind of, oh gosh, it got busy in here. Goodness gracious. Oh, thank you, Clay, for the drinkies. I appreciate it. Thanks for the sippies. I will take those sips. Little hydration break. Little hydration never hurt anybody, right? Oh yeah. Speaking of hydration, Alchemic, I got those Chicos. Got those Topo Chicos, and yeah, not very good. not very good. Not my favorite. I like Claw better. But I haven't tried out all of the flavors yet. I tried the mango one and the what was the other one? I tried 2 of them. They were okay. I don't know if it was the bitter or if I just didn't like how the flavor worked. I don't know. It's the way that the flavor goes, I think. They weren't too bitter. They were actually pretty smooth. They were pretty dang smooth, but the flavor was either artificial or I didn't really like it. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's pretty smooth actually for a seltzer. Pretty smooth. Where's that stupid bug? Man, this is the longest that we've waited for a bug so far. That other bug jumped right in. But yeah, it's still all right. I'll try the rest of them, and I certainly will drink them, but not my favorite. Definitely Claw's still my favorite, but I haven't tried the Trulies yet. Everybody's making seltzer now. It's the whole thing, you guys. It's the whole new thing. Everything's turning into a seltzer, and I've got to try them all. I've got to try them all. I've got to be a seltzer professional. Maybe that's what my YouTube video will be, reviewing all of the seltzers. And do a taste test for each one of them. Bleep bloop, all in one sitting. Hello. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Right now you're kind of stuck on Claw Surge and Blood Orange. I don't even know what Claw Surge is. I don't even know what that is. I've never even seen it. It sounds good. You take your static water and leave my smooth water alone. You have your delicious smooth New York water. Mmm. It's a stronger White Claw. Isn't White Claw already 14%? Holy moly. Whoa. The juice. It's in a blue can. I'm scared. Also, I don't think that this Pokemon exists. You know, we had trouble with Shiny. But now look at us. No, not you, Shiny. I was saying we had trouble looking for Shinies. But seriously. So Parasect has a 15% chance to spawn in the Mount Moon Zone. 15%. What the devil? How have we not found it yet? We've been here for a while, and now I've got a Mega Luron. I've got my big lure. It's 15%. We tried the cranberry one, but it wasn't as good as the blood orange. All the blood orange things that I've tried were pretty good. I think I like blood orange. Man, where's that bug? It's shy. It doesn't want to be seen. It's a shy bug. Everybody knows that. Parasect is a little cutie. Ooh woo. It's hiding its little face with its claws or whatever it has. Ooh woo. Don't look at me. Hello? Buggies. Buggies. No buggies. It's a shy, fun guy for sure. Not so fun. You don't like static water too much? You mean seltzer in general? Or do you mean hard seltzer? Yeah, seltzer's delicious. I love it so much. I recently tried Coca-Cola again, which used to be my favorite drink. And I used to drink it pretty dang often. But I tried the Coke recently, and you know what? It doesn't compare to Topo Chico. It doesn't have any syrup. Topo Chico doesn't have any syrup in it and no sugar, but somehow it tastes better. I just like the fizz. Now I have a focused palate. You don't like anything hard, but regular seltzer water, I no like. It's very bubbly. It's a very weird feeling. The bubbliness is different. I know, it's so good. So good. I like to focus on the bubbles. No syrup for me. The only drink that I'll get out of a soda fountain these days is, I will drink lemonade. I like lemonade. That's good. That's good. Whether the lemonade's from Cane's or whether it's from Christian Nuggets Incorporated. I'll drink that lemonade. Sometimes I'll go get a burger and I'll get lemonade instead of water. But I generally stick with water or nothing. It's Nerf or nothing. I don't want to move around because the more I move, the faster this lure goes away. Coke is just sugar with bubbles. You don't like sour things? Holy moly, dude. Those sour Skittles are popping off. Oh my gosh, I've been eating some of that candy. Oh man, the sour Skittles are so sour. They hurt. They hurt so much more than anything else. Hey, Darren, what? Darren's here. Oh my gosh, my magical friend's here. Yo, Darren, how are you doing, my friend? How are the streams been going? How are the Noita runs? I've watched you play Noita and a little bit of Examiner recently, but I've been silent in your chat. How are you doing, Darren? Sour things are the best. I agree. Sour's big yum. Also, Kim, that looks like a Muppet. Is that a Muppet emote? I love it. What the heck is that from? I've never seen that before. Poggies? That's Poggies? Looks like a Muppet opening up its mouth. It's so frightening. I love it. You've been obsessed with peach lemonade recently? Peach lemonade? I've never even heard of that. But lemonade is delicious. I kind of blame the addiction on my dad. He used to get that southern country time lemonade or whatever, where it came in like this giant bin. Like, it's a big enough bin to have like oatmeal in it, but it was filled with lemonade powder. And he would always have lemonade in the fridge at all times. And he had like he had a pitcher that had a mixer thing that you could just like pump up and down, and it had like little fins and grills on it so that it mixed it up. So he'd just like dump it in, go burp, 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 burp. That's how he used it so much that we actually had 2 pitchers at a certain point. We had 2 pitchers of lemonade because we drank it that much. That we had to keep 2 in the fridge at all times, just in case there was a crisis of lemonade, and my dad didn't have any lemonade. Your grandma exclusively buys the pink lemonade? My dad loves the pink lemonade more. What up? That's sweet to hear that you lurk. No pressure to be in chat. I'm good. Give myself a couple days off, so just chill and sweet. Darren, you have inspired me to work more on my juggling. I was already kind of working on my juggling recently, but because of hanging out in your chat, I'm like, so cool. It's so cool to see you contact juggling. I've just been messing around a little bit more, trying to learn some more schmoves. Very inspiring person. How's the game? You haven't played past Pokemon Ruby? This one's a really, really weird Pokemon game. This is very, very unusual, Darren. This is like very standout. This one has the catching mechanics of Pokemon Go. So you like, instead of like flicking your finger, you like throw with the controller. So it's like about timing, and you don't battle wild Pokemon. All Pokemon are not, you don't find them in grass. They only appear walking around at like their real size. You have either, depending on the version that you get, you have either Pikachu or Eevee on your shoulder. You can let a Pokemon walk behind you. You can ride on Pokemon. It's a really weird game. Naturally, you have a XP share on all of your Pokemon. So if you just go out and catch Pokemon, you'll level up all of yours. It's really fun to contact juggle for sure. Are you learning that or new juggling moves? Oh no, just normal, boring old juggling. Just boring old juggling. I don't know if I have the wherewithal to put in the time to contact juggle. I don't know. I have commitment issues, but my you just looked it up and it says that you have to evolve Paris to get Parasect and let's go. Okay. Shiny, you may be right because we would have run into this sucker out here. Tatted Cat, how are you doing? What's up? But yeah, as far as juggling goes, I can do my Cascade decently, but it's what I need to work on more. I need to just literally, I just need to work on my Cascade and make it smooth. Oh, because I have like a half of a move that I was doing, but I didn't know that it could be turned advanced. It's this move. That move is like a half shower. Apparently. So I was like, I was basically juggling, and then I'll like, you know, flip one over the top. Obviously struggling. But instead of just flipping one over the top, there's a the half shower is flipping them all over. It's just like going, there's like one arc going up and then one arc going underneath. It's really weird. I just now figured out that it's a move, so I'm trying to practice it. I also want to work on like, I can't do it sitting. I need to do more standing streams. But my back hurt last night, so I decided to sit down. So many neat patterns. I know there's so many good ones. I've got to work on it. I'm so focused on doing that. The half shower is apparently like a classic move. I didn't know that, but apparently it's a juggling classic. So I'm looking forward to getting it down. I have kind of done a half shower for a few seconds, but it is tricky. And I need to work on my pins. We've also been working on juggling the juggling pins that I've got. I'm getting better, I would say, but I've definitely been better in the past with the pins. Doing it outside is so much more relaxing. Dude, juggling the pins in this room is terrifying. I would do way better outside, where I could chuck them, where I could really chuck them up high. But I mean, some practice is better than none, right? I don't want to juggle outside of my apartment. No PC with monitor stands and everything. Yeah, I just don't want to go outside. 1K fire reward for fire juggling. It would be cool to get some fake fire or something. If I could put fake fire on the juggling balls, that would be cool. Even for a 3-ball cascade. That would be freaking sweet. Okay, so apparently I need to just take Parasect and just raise them up. It's so frustrating. I don't want to level a stupid bug Pokemon. Just use all of my my rare candies on them. Oh, let's get Wigglytuff out of here. What are you doing here? Okay, so let's get Parasect. A fake fire that does not burn. Have you never seen it? Have you never seen juggling fire? Yes, fake fire. You have a huge ball that you rarely use indoors. It's like 4 times the size of the one that you usually use. Wow, that is super cool. That reminds me of me seeing like TikToks of somebody doing, before I quit TikTok, before I deleted it. But there was somebody that was doing like contact juggling outdoors in like really cool scenic areas. Man, that is some satisfying stuff right there. The camera's just like panning around them while they're going like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And you can just see like the Great Wall of China behind you or something. Has Kenny started to do a Palma and ignore my good night wishes? What? Elfie, oh no. Elfie, good night. Don't you dare compare me to Palma ever again. Good night, Elfie. We'll see you later. Nighty night. Oi, 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 oi. Much love, Elfie. I'm sorry, Elfie. I apologize. I thought that you'd be staying here. I didn't even know that there's a possibility of you leaving. We'll see you later, Elfie. Thanks for being here. Oi, 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 oi. But you wanted to copy the others. It's true. It's true. I was doing the old ditto. Unfortunately, we're kind of poor. You know, we're really poor in this game. I really feel like we can't afford anything. And because of that, I think that it might be time to go beat up our Pokemon a little bit more at the Elite 5. I think it might be time to go beat up these 5 characters. We just need to we need to heal up. Let's pick out our Pokemonsters, and then we're gonna go beat them up. And I'm gonna keep Parasect on my team because I'm not gonna win. Can I just level Parasect like that? There we go. See ya. Either I go to sleep or I fall asleep. Either I go to sleep or I fall asleep anyway. Please don't fall asleep on the keyboard. We do not need those messages. Elfie, good night. Get some rest. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for vibing with us. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm shocked that you stayed this late. Wait, Parasect, does he get... I'm trying to remember if everybody levels up from battles, right? Don't they? Pretty sure. Pretty dang sure. Okay, so the first one, and we get to change our Pokemon every single battle. So if something goes wrong, then we can always freshen up. Let's buy some potions. Have some potions for my lord. As long as you win. I get $10,000 if I win. That's what I want. $10,000. Oh my gosh, hyper potions are expensive. Holy moly. You fell asleep on the keyboard one time. I wasn't talking about you, Die. I'm not always talking about you, just most of the time. Die, listen, you're still number one, but I'm not always talking about you. Die is my number one. Here we go. All right, let's, oh boy. Okay, this is the ice. This is the ice lady, but she also has a bunch of water Pokemon. How did I kick their butt earlier? I kicked their butt with somebody. I can't, was it Cabbage Frog? No, because Cabbage Frog can be frozen. So that doesn't work. Pikachu can't be frozen. That's not good. Sam can be doused by the water. So that's not good either. Was I using my Ice Bird? Now I really go, bye. Oh, we'll see you later, Alfie. That's not what I had in mind when I said I might catch the end of this stream. Good night, Alfie. Go to bed. Night, night. What did we beat this up with? I remember us struggling, but not that much. Maybe it was Cabbage Frog. Do we just schmoove it with leaves? I can't remember. Well, can we beat it with? Well, let's do a leaf dance on this thing and see what happens. I'm not sure. Also, I still wonder if we get the $10,000. It was Pikachu and Sorbet? It may have been Sorbet. Yeah, because Ice kicks the butt of... Dang it, I don't have Sorbet on my team right now. I've got Pikachu at least, though, just in case something bad happens. Pikachu can do such a variety of moves. It's really just a jack of all trades. Cabbage Frog can hopefully defeat all the water Pokemon and not get hit by ice. Just pedal dance them all to death. Ow! See, is ice good? Oh, it is super effective. I thought it was. But thankfully, we're a higher level than before. Dugong just got wrecked. Oopsies. Oh, hey, Dog and the Doggo. Welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. What, Jinx? Did you just hit Jinx? Oh, jeez. This freaking character sucks, dude. She just kisses you the whole time. This is nothing but kisses. Please don't kiss me. Oh, yes, I get to pedal dance first. Zoom. Please murder. Please murder Jinx. So frustrating. Use Blizzard? Really? Much stronger. Yeah, thankfully we are several levels higher. Oh, dear. Oh, no, the poor ice types. Jinx is scary looking. I don't know. Jinx is ice and psychic. I'm going to switch to Pikachu, I think. Methinks. Ice and psychic, huh? Not water? Time for us to whip out this dragon. Time to whip out this dragon and fry everything. Oh yeah, I'm glad that you still have the birthday board up. Of course, the girl who bakes, you're on that birthday board. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for being so supportive and so sweet. Much love. How are you doing? Erica, hope you have a splendid day. Hello. I'm about to melt Jinx. Yes. Oopsies. Sorry about that. Just so long as we don't get hit up with the pretty sure water Pokemon's next. Cabbage Frog for the win. Birthday board. Yeah, back here on my birthday. Everybody that gifted a sub got put on the birthday board and became a birthday bean, forever immortalized for the next month. But yes, everybody, look at all those beans. Look at all those. That's a lot of beans. That's a lot of love. Cloyster. You got to switch Pokemon because I do not want to deal with I'm gonna switch it out for Pokemon, and I think that we can zap them to death. I know, it's so cool. We also did during Christmas. Every single person that subbed or gifted a sub got an ornament. Every sub got a big ornament, and every gift got a little ornament. If I had done that for this birthday, oh man, I would have had to spend so much money on ornaments. I already spent hundreds of dollars on ornaments for that Christmas, for the Christmas thing. It was a lot. That was a lot of plastic. What did you end up doing with those? Do you really want to know, Akemi? Do you really want to know? Cloyster. Fainted. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Clammy. Who's next? Oh, Paris is level 18. Nice. And Samuel is level 61. About to send out Lapras. This is probably the best Pokemon for Lapras. because of the ice-water situation. Yeah, let's just do Zippy Zappy. Zoom Zappy. I kept some of them, Alchemic. I kept some of them. That's the truth. The gift ones, the little teeny tiny ones, those got thrown away immediately. But they are immortalized in the Hall of Kinney, a special room in the apartment. The Hall of Kinney does not exist. No way. I don't have a room of my shrines. A shrine unto myself. Wait, what? Oh, wait, what? What's next? I thought that was the last one. Slowbro. Okay, no worries. We'll keep zapping this guy. I didn't remember that Slowbro was in this battle. We already fought these guys once, but we got totally wrecked. Whoa! Yeah. Rosaria! Subbed to tier 2? What? I didn't know. Rosera. Did I say Rosaria again? He's back to his old tricks. Rosera, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Now you have the kitty hearts. Oh my gosh, the kitty hearts are so cute. I love them. 16 months of support. OG Rosera in the chat. Oh yeah. How are you doing, Rosera?
I'll let it slide this time. But only this time, streamer. Now don't you dare call me Marisoli. Otherwise, I'm gonna be upset.
Thank you so much for the big tier 2 sub, Rosera. Holy moly. Giant subs! Giant subs for dinner. Delicious, gigantic sub sandwich. Oh, this guy? Oh, I don't care what moves you have, Buster. I'm never gonna use you. Super sleepy but passing by to say you're awesome. No, you're awesome. No, you. I need my Uno reverse card to throw at all times. Rosera, it is super duper late. Get yourself some sleep. Thanks so much for being here. Much love to Rosera. Ooh! I think that we're just gonna fight the Elite Four and then we might call it a night. I have been kind of shiny hunting in the middle of the night because I can't stop it. It's really fun. La 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 la. All right, you beautiful Vaporeon, come on. Come on, little baby. Ooh, this guy. Should we switch out Pokemon for this guy? Ice? He's like rock. He's rock and ground, I think. Rock and ground, eh? Vaporeon is gonna be the one for this job. But I don't think that Vaporeon has very good water moves, if any. I haven't messed with any of the moves on Vaporeon. I've got Water Gun. There you go. Oh, it's fighting. Ooh, and flying's good against fighting. So we can use Samuel, and we can also use Pikachu. Both of them have flying attacks. I'm gonna heal up Cabbage Frog for the coming battles. And I'll give a little boost. If have I got a tiny potion? Like a super potion? Yeah, I'll just max out Pikachu just in case. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. And then Cabbage Frog deserves a hyper potion. Zoom! There we go. Okay. Everybody's alive again. We're gonna keep we're gonna keep Paris going. Here we go. You missed Sorbet. It was carrying the team. What? Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. Oh, you gotta go. See you later, Isaku Crossing. Thank you so much for coming in with a raid. I hope you had a wonderful time. Love you. Super tired. I'll see you all next stream. Bye, besties. See you later. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing Stardew. If you want to hang out, my friend, we're gonna be back to our Stardew grind. Hopefully, we're gonna be continuing relationships. We're gonna be cracking into that mine. We're gonna be harvesting beautiful plants. It's gonna be a whole time, and we got some fishing to do too. But we'll see you later. Bye bye. Bye-bye. Oh, it's bedtime for you too, Clay? Nighty-night. Clay, get the heck out of here. Get some rest. Get some rest. Thank you for being here. Hope you had a wonderful time. Vibing with the homies, playing Pokemon.
Pokemon! You must gain the power of Mewtwo and become the most powerful Pokemon. Go, Cabbage Frog.
Wait, what? Cabbage Frog versus this? I think that Onyx is gonna kick his butt. But first, I'm gonna pedal dance a little bit. The aggressive sit gets me every time. I know he's... Boom! Sit strongly. This dude's pants are ridiculous. What? Are you kidding me? Do. You better be quick, dog in the doggo. You know how this chat is. If they see a single person that's not subbed, you're gonna be in danger. All right, we got this guy. I kind of want to leave him. I want to leave him for someone else. Cabbage Frog putting it in work. Zoom. Oh, no, it didn't kill him in one go. Ice Punch. Oh, I forgot that he's got like all of the abilities. Oh, yeah. Because he used a Fire Punch last time, but this time he went for Ice. He'd go for either one. Dude, Hitmonchan looks so weird. He looks like a little man. And his feet look like socks. It's very strange. The sleep not working out? Oh no, Callie.
Callie, you're supposed to be sleeping, you sweet bean. You're not supposed to be awake. You're supposed to be resting, sleeping soundly. Nighty-night.
Oh dear. You have to give up. I've gotta get some sleep before it's time to feed the BBs again. Good night, everybody. See you later, Celestial. Thanks for being here. I hope you had a wonderful time. Hope you have a wonderful evening. Get some rest. Get some rest to take care of those babies. That's a weak attack for being super effective. But dude, Sam, you deserved it. You deserved to die. That was disappointing, my friend. That was disappointing. Very disappointing. Pikachu, show them what you're made of. Pikachu will show you how to fly. And Pikachu's a rat. Pikachu the rat can fly better than a dragon. Watch it go. Boom. That's right. Sam just doesn't cut the mustard like Sorbet does. What? Sorbet doesn't know. Sorbet's as good at flying as Pikachu. It says that you're playing Pokemon Sword Shield. That's true, Dog in the Doggo. It says that because... Oh, wait. Poliwrath is fighting type? I didn't know that. He's water, so he's not going to be any good against Pikachu. But, yeah. I put it as Pokemon Sword and Shield because that's what all streamers use, pretty much. People play Emerald. They just play this, you know. You're watching Outlander with the soon-not-to-be roommate. Didn't think that you were going to be going dumb on my part. What? You're not dumb. You're the smartest. The smartest being. Outlander. You're soon not to be roommates. Oh, yeah. Are they the... Wait a second. Callie, is that the person that's engaged? Is it you that had the engaged roommate, right? Pretty sure. And you made art for them? Pretty sure. Oh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer, but good luck to them. That's how it was. That's what the setup was with Garrett. Floaty fall. Get out of here. Oh, they're moving out soon. Wedding is on August 5th. Ooh. Oh, I hope that is a wonderful wedding. Pikachu, you're a sweet bean. But that is sad. It's sad but happy. You kicked Bruno's butt.
Well, how could I lose?
Sorry, Bruno. You're just a loser. Now, what's next is what? Poison? Oh, Jesus freaking Poison Lady. Hopefully we can use Muck. Maybe we have a TM that we can use. Let's see, that Slime Ball is what got us last time. At the very least, we can keep him back with Muck. So let's go through our TMs. Oh, I've got Scald right here. Let's put Scald on, let's give Vaporeon Scald. Oh, splendid. I didn't even know that I had the TM for that. Double Edge. We'll replace that. I don't want a self-damaging ability. And what else do we have that we can slap on? Steel type is not affected by poison. Ooh. Not affected or is super effective. Can I attack with steel? Flash cannon. Steel type. Nobody can learn it. Nobody knows. Muck can... Let's see. Can I get something good for Muck? Speaking of engagement, the significant other and I have officially begun marriage prep process with our church. Hey, Pumpkin, that's so exciting. It's so exciting. Congratulations. Hooray. Awesome sauce. I'm glad that people are able to get married now. There's so many people that had to wait. Oof. You can use its normal attack damage to poison. Oh, you're saying that normal attacks are really useful? So happy that all the people that had to wait could finally get married. Attacking with steel will be neutral. But if you have a mage Magneton. Yeah, those guys. Magneton, that it's immune to poison attacks. That's gotta be frustrating, right? I don't think that I have a strong one though. I don't think that I'll have one that's good enough. Let me just sort these really quick. Idolo. I don't think that old Magnet Boy is a high enough level to not get wrecked by something else. He's what, 40? He's 40 years old. We could replace Sam, who fainted. Small Zap is his name? That's great. Small Zappy. What can Small Zap learn? Thunder? Ooh, electricity. Small Zappy Zap. Thunder's a great move. Let's put it on our Small Zap over here. What has he got? He's got Thunderbolt, 9100. 9100, this is 170. It's a bit harder to hit. Flash Cannon, it gathers all the light energy, releases it at once. Okay, so a good steel move. Screech is worthless. Light Screen. Okay, so maybe a couple more attacks, but not electricity. I like the electricity attack that it has. Solar Beam, Helping Hand, Stealth Rock. Toxic. Okay, this is just for poisoning. It's not a proper attack. What else can Small Zap learn? Teleport. Facade. Rest. And Thunder Wave. Lots of thunder attacks. Headbutt. Let's do that. Let's add a headbutt into the mix. Could use a basic attack. So mistakes were made. Saw the sun was up. Now I'm not sleepy anymore. Oh no! Oh no! Elfie's back! Hey! Welcome back, Elfie. I do know how that is, my friends. I know how that is. You see the sun and you're like, I give up. No freaking way. I can't sleep now. I've seen too much. All right, so let's. Oh, no, we need to go to party. We're gonna go to party, and I'm gonna slap Small Zap into the first spot. Small Zap for the win. I think that Small is gonna be a little bit weak, but we'll see. Thanks, missed you all already. Hooray, you're back. You feel that too? It's the worst feeling ever. I almost did that last night. Just black out the curtain and pretend. I've also done that. I can do both. All right, old lady.
Yes, I send out my Arbok, the most powerful snake in the world.
Go Small Zap. Small Zap against Arbok? Bold. I didn't know that Arbok was first. You say bold, I don't like the sound of that. Why do you say that? I'm scared. I'm gonna use a Flash Cannon, I think. Well, let's see what Steel does. Crunch.
Yum, yum.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Wow, that is a weak attack. I think it's too low level. It's too low level to be used this way. I think I might let it die. You know, I tried to train it. I tried to train it up in the ways of the Pokemon, but I think that it's too weak. It's gonna have to die. Bye-bye, Small Zap. You were a good bean. You were a good bean while you lasted. I let it go ahead and die so that I could switch straight to Muck, who I don't know what its abilities are. We're about to find out. Because I just want Muck out here so that nothing else bad can happen. We've got Bite, Screech, Crunch. Crunch is dark? They're both dark moves. Let's crunch them. You can't poison me very badly. It's not very effective. Crunch. Ooh, not bad. Small Zap tried its best, and that's all that we can ask. It's true, and it actually did do damage. Small Zap helped. Small Zap helped, and it's a good boy for doing that. Paralyzed, how dare. Crunch! You can't stop my crunch with your paralysis? Get dead, Snaky Poo. All right, what's next? All of your poison Pokemon belong to me. Muck is the most powerful. I immediately thought that I would switch to Muck. I knew that it was Muck time. Muck. And we've been training up Muck ever since the Elite Four. Through all of the EV hunting, Muck has been leveling up, getting more powerful, building power within, to one day be able to just sit here and take 1,000,000 hits while it slowly wheedles away your armor. Slowly. A party meatball? What is it's meatball. It's a meatball and I'm sludge. Sludge meatball party. A farty meatball. It looks more like a virus. Muck was a good call and so handsome. I know. Really, really cool. I love how the colors don't shift all of the time. They just kind of shift through the body and then they pause sometimes. Super cool. I think we can do it one more time. One more time. Unless it gets a crit hit, which would be a real bummer. No way, Muck's too powerful. You've been destroyed. I'm sorry. You lose. 1,000. Nice. About to send out Gengar, the most dangerous. Will you switch your Pokemon? I'm going to keep battling and immediately heal it up. Probably should have helped it up on the last one, because who knows what Gengar is going to pull out of its bag of tricks. Gengar's a real McNasty. A real McNasty from down under. That's 120. Muck is way too much for that. We're going to do a max potion. We could have done a full restore, because we're literally in the final battle. But I'm one of those gamers that doesn't like you. I just don't like using oh dear, what is this? Oh good, it's ineffective. Crunch. You got Gengar beat easy. Look at him with his shiny moves. Those shiny moves can't stop me. Ice Dragon, yes, tomorrow. Did was wow. That's what dark against dark? Yeah, isn't dark against dark a good? He's a one-hit quitter. One-hitter quitter. One smack and he's sitting right back. You heard what? What about farty meatball? You heard farty meat? I looked away for a bit and I just hear farty meatball in my ear. I didn't go up with that. Are you saying that shiny moves are bad? No! I never said that. I said that they were weak against Muck. I'm sorry, Shiny. I would never say that. I sense sarcasm in that game. Sarcasm? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Astroneer. You know what? I've played Astroneer all my life, and I'm not going to stop now. I'm not gonna stop now. Every day, ever since Astroneer's come out, I've been on my grind, you guys. And I think that tomorrow we're finally gonna stream it. We're finally gonna stream it. And you know what? It's gonna be a speed run. We're gonna speed run Astroneer, just like I promised. 2 Gengars. A-Star would be having a heart attack right now. A-Star would be having a heart attack. He'd be like, 2 Gengars. Ah! Speed run. How many shuttles are in the game? Ice Dragon, I'm not gonna spoil the game for you. You should play it if you want to find out. Don't try to sucker information off of streamers. You should play it yourself. It's a good game.
Oh my, you are something, child.
You got $10,000 from your granny.
I see what the old duff sees in you now. I have nothing else to say. Run along now, child.
She's pretty cool. I like this granny. This granny's hardcore. You play the game, you haven't seen me play it? Just because you don't see me play it doesn't mean that I don't play it, Ice Dragon. That's silly. Speaking of Ice Dragon, boy, look at this beautiful dragon. Now, wait a second. So, dragon's good against dragon, right? And, I don't remember how dragon works. It's a really weird type. Use ice and dragon. Yeah, I was thinking that Sorbet might be a good call. Slap Sorbet into the party and just take small zap out. Bye-bye. Sorbet. Use ice and dragon. Okay, well, I've got dragon moves on Sam, but Sam's dead. That's a good song. Sam, let's bring him back to life just in case we need him. Also, some of those dragon types know thunder moves. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't like that. Lupus, is that a pun? Use ice and dragon? That's a pun? Oh, ice dragon. Oh, let's do a max revive. Let's do a max revive on our boy Sam. We gotta be careful of the electricity, apparently. Too bad Pikachu doesn't know any ice moves. Well, we're just gonna have to see what happens, you guys. I really don't know what's gonna happen. Sorbet it is. Sorbet, big old spoonful. Excuse me, you handsome gentleman. So, you're Kenny. I lead the Elite Four. You can call me Lance, the Dragon Trainer. You likely know that dragons are Pokemon spoke of in legends. They're hard to catch and raise, but their powers are superior. They're virtually indestructible. There's no being clever with them. Well, are you ready to lose? He's smiling so big. Are you ready to lose? Hooray! Your Pokemon League challenge ends with me, Kenny. Yo! Now you want Sorbet? Me too. Pikachu can fly and surf? What else could you expect from a little Pikachu? Flying, surfing, what a baby. What a cute baby. Time to stop you in your tracks. Dragon Pokemon, time to beam you with this ice. Zip zap. Oh, that's not very effective. That's a bummer. But Hydro Pump's not gonna be super effective against ice, is it? Ice doesn't beat water. What about flying? Well, this is water, so let's switch to Pikachu. That's a bummer. I didn't know that he was gonna whip out a water Pokemon. That is not a dragon. Oh yeah, I remember this argument before, Dai. I remember there being non-dragon Pokemons. I remember us talking about this where we were like, that's not a dragon. This is a baloney fight. There's only like a couple of real dragons in this one, right? Whoa, that was a critical hit. Are you kidding me? What are the odds? What are the odds? I'm gonna zip you. I'm putting it all on the line, you guys. Come on, Pika. Knock him out one day. Yeah, baby! That's my girl. Pika! I went for broke. It was worth it. Good job. Sorbet's a big boy now. Aw, yeah. About to send out Aerodactyl. Another good thing to fight with Pikachu. Wasn't that in Pokemon Shield, which has not a dragon gym? Oh, not dragon. My favorite gym. Let's heal up our boy. Or a girl, excuse me. I keep forgetting that's a female Pikachu. I always expect Pikachu to be male just because of the TV show. So silly. Pikachu is thrilled to bits. What a cutie. What? Ah! Pika, no! Alright, Pikachu, zap that bird out of the sky. We could have brought our own Aerodactyl to this fight just to flex on him. Good old Pika. Good old Pikachu. Yeah, in Gen 1, they had to make Gyarados water and flying instead of water dragon because it would have been a too OP due to the lack of other dragon-type Pokemon. Ooh. Also, I didn't see what Pokemon's next. Speak of the devil. What do we have here? A big old water worm. Water worm, zap, zap. Zap that water worm out of the sky. This battle. This battle is no good. Zippy zap. Wants to learn Leech Life. Sure, whatever. I don't care. I don't care, Paris. Listen, I've only got you for your evolved form. Okay, what's next? Ice Dragon. Elite Four is about to send out Charizard. Okay. No, I'm not going to switch my Pokemon because you know what I've got? You know what I've got? A little splishy splash. Listen, we've had the zippy zap. Now it's time for a little splishy splash. Wow! Wow! Oh, dang. That's it, Pikachu. I knew you could do it. Hyper Beam. Oh, no. Don't kill me in one shot. Pikachu holds out. That's my Pikachu. That's my Pokemon. Wow. Also, Charizard looks like a dragon, but is not a dragon. Yep. The only one is Dragonite. Dragonite's the only dragon in this party. I think. This Dragonite. Now, what am I gonna do with Dragonite? It is an actual dragon type. Let's switch out Sorbet and ice this sucker. Let's try icing this sucker. Pikachu, you don't have to scream while you're returning. Pikachu, you don't have to you don't have to be like, Pikachu! No, I just said, come here, Pikachu. Next one. I'll run away, scared. Oh. Oh no. D-E-D, dead. Dead on arrival. That's it. I hate to admit it, but you're a first-class Pokemon trainer. You got $11,000 for winning. We just beat the game. What? Paris is evolving. Hey, that's the only reason that all you had to do is just go through one Elite Four, just go through all the Elite Four and then boom, Paris. Yeah, there he is. One-shot wonder. Your Paris has evolved into a Parasect. I think Parasect is cuter. I think that Parasect is cuter. Looks like an old man with his glasses. He's like, hello. Hello there. Welcome to my home. Would you like to come inside? Well, you children, get off my lawn. What are you doing? You want to poke those eyes? What? They're glasses. Those aren't eyes. Those are big old man glasses. Hello. Well. He also looks kind of like those in animes whenever they have the shiny glasses that you can't see through. Yes, we are going to play. Splendid. You boys sure seem to be great alchemists. I wish that I could be such a great alchemist. I still can't believe that my dragons lost to you. Kenneth, you are now the Pokemon League champion. Or you would have been if I didn't have one challenge left. There's one more trainer to face. That trainer is Blue. Your dad. Your freaking dad, Professor Oak. Oh, hello there, Kitty. Congratulations on your victory over Lance. You really kicked him in the pants. What's with the look of surprise? Haha, your timing is perfect, Professor. Kenneth, the one who you will face is Professor Oak. Well, not really. It's Stinky. Wait, what? Stinky? I don't remember naming anybody Stinky. Is that our rival? I don't remember naming our rival Stinky. It's a surprise. What a great surprise for the end of the game. Stinky. What an insult. It's Stinky. He beat the Elite Four before you. He's the Pokemon League champion. That's right. In the past, trainers who defeated the Elite Four were only recorded as champions. This time, however, we'll be able to officially establish the champion as part of the Pokemon League. Professor Oak is here to officiate the crowning of the new champion. It only seems fitting that it should either be you or Stinky. You're the one who took care of Team Rocket after all. Single-handedly, I might add. Now then, head onward to the stage of your final battle. Aw, Dragonite's cute. Dragonite put arm out. Lupus, you caught it. You jumped and caught it. All right, Stinky, time for us to prepare ourselves. And we can get Parasect out of the battle. Okay, so we've got Vaporeon, Sam, Cabbage Frog, Sorbet. So we need, who was the last person? Oh, Muck? Well, we probably don't need Muck unless he has a poison one, right? He's not gonna have a poison enemy, right? I don't think so. Maybe we could use a ground Pokemon. What is our Onix set up with? Rock and ground? That would cover a couple things that we don't have. Rock slide. He's got Rock Slide's good, Earthquake's great, Iron Tail's great, Double Edge is great. I say that we use, I think that we should use Onyx. Just in case, to cover all of our bases. Hello. Oh yeah, Stinky was kind of difficult. Oh, I swept through everything. Oh, he's easy. Okay. I was confused for a second. I was like, is he actually difficult? What's happening? Oh. Also save the game. No, we will defeat Stinky first try. Look at those weird little arms. Got no muscle on those arms, kid. You look like a little stick. You look like a stick, and I'm about to plow through all of your Pokemon.
You did it, Kenny. Oh man, that's great. I've been waiting. I beat the Elite Four and became the champion. You probably heard it from the professor, right? From now on, the champion will be part of the Pokemon League and battle all kinds of trainers. I'm really glad that my first opponent turned out to be you, Kenny. You're the one trainer that I want to test my best against after all. Let's battle, Kenny. The champion seat is on the line.
No, it's not. I'm going to destroy you. You think Stinky's got this in the bag? Oh, wow! How dare you? How dare you? Stinky doesn't even have a fancy outfit. Can't possibly be a champion. Look at me in my sailor suit. Look at me in my pants. Also, where's his Eevee? Stinky, I don't see an Eevee on your shoulder. It's because my Pokemon love me. Bird versus bird. I'm kind of tempted to just try to Ice Beam this sucker. Just for fun. What the heck just happened? What? Ow! Ow! How dare. Perish. That's right. Okay, now listen here, bird. I don't really want you to zap my, don't want you to kill my bird this quickly. Also, I didn't heal Pikachu. I'm so stupid. Dang it. Okay, we're gonna switch out for flying fire. Flying fire against flying fire. Splendid. What? Did he just restore him? What? That's against the rules. Only I can do that. At least you gave up a move. I've got Brick Break, Wing Attack, maybe Dragon Rage would be best. We could Mega Evolve this sucker if we wanted to. Oh, that was weak. That didn't do crap.
Air Slash.
Well, so did that. Flamethrower on the bird? I don't know. Wing Attack can't do anything, right? What we need is electricity. Why didn't I switch to Pikachu? I think because I was scared of fire? Pikachu's not bad against either of those things. We could just kill Pidgeot with just another flamethrower, I think. I'll probably kill it. Just kill him the old-fashioned way. Flamethrower to the feathers. Melt those feathers, flightless bird.
Worthless. Stinky Unburn is flightless. And you are fightless.
About to send out Jolteon. Okay, who's gonna fight Jolteon? Switch Pokemon. So Onyx is for this one, right? Then we just need to use ground to ground that sucker like a proper current. Make sure that this house is nice and grounded. Electricity safety for everybody. Fried chicken. Let's shake it up. Little pin missiles. What are you just like shooting little pieces of potato at me? Mom's very confused seeing me eat tea at this hour. Oh dear. Elfie there. What a surprise. Up so early. Wow, you must have improved your schedule. Also, Onyx is way lower level than Jolteon and is still going to destroy it. Destruction. Elfie, you're up so early, or up so late. Would rocks have been better against this? I think we're gonna be slow no matter what. Goodness, could you stop using the same stupid pin missile attack? Hey, you stop that. Ooh, a critical hit. and we killed the electric dog. Not Yamper. I would never hurt Yamper. About to send out Vileplume. That's poison and grass? Maybe we should send out Cabbage Frog. She said she's going back to bed. She better get some sleep for me too. She's sleeping for 2, Elfie. That's what my mom would say whenever she was pregnant. She would say, I'm eating for 2. Whenever anybody would say anything. She's like, I'm eating for 2 human beings. Thank you very much. Let's make sure Cabbage Frog doesn't perish. Live. Also, that is a cute face. That's adorable. That would make a great emote. Look at it. Happy?
Angry.
Evil. A critical hit. Oh, come on. How you get lucky like that? I can't pedal dance them. I really need fire, but I'm scared of them messing up my... fire Pokemon. Oh, what? There was recoil? Oh, dang. Cabbage Frog dead. Cabbage Frog's in a bit of a pinch. Oh, no. Please don't cry. Please don't cry. I'm going to sacrifice you. Don't cry. Your death will be used. There you go. Good Cabbage Frog. Now die for this team. Die for your master. That's right, Cabbage Frog. Perish. Yes. Now Sam will get to move first, I think. Elfie, it had to be done. Sacrifices have to be made if you want to be a top Pokemon trainer like me. Flamethrower. Burn the forest down. Yes. What? Oh my gosh. Even in death, Cabbage Frog has failed us. I can't believe it. Look at that. There's a tiny little bit that Cabbage Frog totally could have. Rude. Ash would never sacrifice a Pokemon, and that's why he's a loser, Die. You know how many episodes it takes him to get to where I am? Slowbro, really? Let's go get some water. Grass? Cabbage Frog dead. Maybe I should put out Vaporeon. What does Vaporeon have? Water Gun, Scald, Takedown. No, none of that's gonna be any good. Get it together, Ash. Well, I definitely can't leave Sam out, but all the rest of my Pokemon are kind of struggling. Ash doesn't sacrifice them because they leave before he gets the chance. That's his Pokemon are wise to his tricks. That's why. Oh, shiny! Ooh, it had a little star. That's nice. Ooh, so pretty. Let's revive Cabbage Frog. All right. Shiny! I know, I had to include it on the team. I couldn't help it. Look at its beautiful purple self. Ooh, beautiful. I love that Pokemon. All right, so let's switch now to Cabbage Frog. Hopefully a good matchup. This stream dedicated to Shiny Glalie. If only there was a Glalie. Hey, Suds. Just call me Suds. Oh wait. Oh, I thought you were calling me Suds. And I was like, Die. You never call me that. You always call me Lad. What happened to Lad? Oh, wow. Slowbro. Are you kidding me, Brett? Well, looks like Cabbage Frog's about to perish again. Well, you suck. You suck. Stinky. You're worse than Stinky. You're abominable. Okay, let's see if we can ice this sucker. Sadly, Glalie isn't in this game. What a ripoff. Is Glalie in, pretty sure, yeah, Snorunt is in Sword and Shield, so Glalie should be, right? Ice Beam. Just ice him. Ice him quick! Everybody's weak. Oh. I thought that the ice should be good against them. Oh, let's fire him to death. What happened? Huh. Well. Oh, we gotta kill him. We gotta kill Slowbro one way or another. It's water psychic, huh? For some reason I thought that ice would be good against water. Huh. Glalie in Snap? I'm not sure. We never got to anywhere cold. Got to send out Rapidash. Will you switch them? You bet I will. Time for our shiny to shine. Shiny, get out there. Get out there, shiny. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Cutie. Time to water this horse down. You ever heard of the water horse? Go back to Scotland. Hey! Oh no, it's faster than me. You can't burn water. Let's get steamy in here. That's right, you better Rapidash right out of here. I hope that we can survive this next attack. Go, baby. Fire Blitz. I think that we can live. Well, sorry about that, Shiny. My bad. Oh dear. You're always half asleep whenever he streams. You think that you saw OC taking pictures of it? I need to get further in there. I need to get further in this Pokemon Snap game.
I'm definitely faster than them. Right. I'm faster than you. You can't stop me.
Whoosh. Nice. One more. What's it gonna be? Come on, be something that Pikachu can kill in one hit. Vileplume. Oh, the Vileplume again. Oh, disgraceful. Switchy time. Back to Samuel. Time to flamethrower this plant. Time to burn this plant into next year's harvest. Wow. You're about to look like the charred Earth. About to look like a nuclear bomb went off in here. I'm about to put so much volcanic ash everywhere. So what? Full restore, you demon. How dare you? Full restore. The lowest of the low. Go, Charizard. You can't be stopped. You can't be stopped. You're faster. You're better. You're more powerful. You destroy everything. That's my dragon. That's my dragon right there. What a blessed boy. What, Marowak? What, there's another one? Oh. Marowak is half bone, half tears. Break? Break his head. No, it's not good. No. What? He just did the same thing to me. Little demon. What, it's ground type? Oh. Wings good against it, right? Oh, not good. Use water type or grass type? Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me take a look at my water Pokemon and my grass Pokemon. Ah, yes. Hello there, water Pokemon. Oh, hi there, grass Pokemon. How are you doing? Let's just heal up Pikachu. Let me get a peek at you. We're just gonna use our water. We're gonna use Pikachu, our standard attack. Man, this guy's weak. I almost want to karate chop him to death with his... Pikachu's not our only hope. I feel like... Wait a second. Ground? Can we dragon type him to death? Can we dragon him to death? Let's drag him down to heck. Oh, you're weak. You're weak. Non-effective moves defeat him the same. No! Still gonna lose. You're still lose. You're already dead. Oh my, what more? Electric against ground? What? No, I could kill him in one whoosh. I kill him in one whoosh of water. Wipe him away. Wipe him away. Dragon rage him to death. Go. I mean, I want Charizard to faint so that Pikachu can have first strike. Sam's in a bit of a pinch. It looks like it may cry. Listen, Sam, I never loved you like I love Pikachu. Dragon Rage again. Keep hitting him. Don't give up. Fire Punch. Fool. You just activated my trap card. You activated my trap card that's named Electricity versus Ground. Yes. Pikachu. Wash him away. Wash that demon monster away. We're in the skull of its mother. Heathens. Cast them out of the land. Pikachu. Kill the heretics. Hooray. Marowak's dead, just like his mother. Hooray! My mom!
Okay, I admit it. Kenny, you're the strongest trainer in the world.
You got $13,000. All right. Splendid. Hooray!
Oh man, my reign is already over. That was pretty short.
Lupus, do you need some sleep? You just spelled hype, H-I-P-E. Lupus, do you need sleep? Do you need to sleep more than Elfie does? I should have never doubted you, lad. Oh, Divey, you should have doubted me. That was a good decision. Thankfully, we still won.
As for me, I've got a new goal to work towards. Not sucking.
Kenny! Oh, yes. Yes, it's me, Professor Oak. You see the standard old goofy man voice from Kenny. You've done it at last. You've defeated the Pokémon League. My sincerest congratulations. You've grown a great deal since you first caught Pikachu and set out with that Pokédex. Yes, Kenny, you've really come into your own as a fine young man.
That reminds me of another screenshot that I once had. That reminds me of a screenshot way back when. Ooh, let me see if I can find it. Ooh, down to the bottom. Ooh. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Ba-ba-da-bee, da-da-da-da-da.
Yes, Kenny, you've really come into your own as a fine young woman.
That was last time. That was then. Now where are we at? Now we here, baby.
You've really come into your own as a fine young man. And Stinky, you showed great resolve, even though you sucked it up majorly. You saw your journey through to the end. I did see, though, in the way that you do battle, that kind heart of yours always seems to cause you to hold yourself back when it comes to your Pokemon.
See, he's saying he's too loving. He's too loving. He cared about his Pokemon too much. He didn't send him out there and let him die like I did. That's how to be a Pokemon champion.
It's hardly much of a weakness, but it may have cost you the battle this time.
Also, that sounds a lot like horoscopes.
He's like, oh, well, you know how your personality is. You're just too loving, and it gets in the way.
Easy to swallow failures.
Regardless, the two of you showed an extraordinary battle.
Thanks, Professor.
Oh, Kenny. I almost said Oak. Oak Kenny. You understand that your victory was not on your own, do you?
What? I was the trainer. I get the credit.
It was the marvelous bond that you share with your Pokemon that brought you here. Now, Kenny, come with me.
I only care about Pikachu.
Why are you an old man?
Because I got older, Von Chick, that's why. The older you get, the older you get.
Oh yeah, there's this whole thing.
Ahem! Congratulations, Kenny. This is where we record forever the Pokemon, unless you delete the save game. Forever, who have performed so admirably. This is the Hall of Fame. Being honored here is one of the greatest joys a Pokemon trainer could ever have. Kenny, you battled hard to become the Pokemon League champion. Let us record this great achievement that you and your Pokemon made forever.
Forever? Are you sure?
Oh wait, Onyx is part of the team now? Onyx? Really? Onyx, who just got used in the last battle, just basically to defeat one type of enemy? Poor Muck, not even included.
Pikachu level 66. Sorbet level 59. Onyx, level 46. Cabbage Frog, level 57. Sam, level 61. And Vaporeon.
One day you'll be famous. Maybe someday, Von Chick.
Congratulations, champion.
Wow. Wow, what a great old job. Oh, look at me go. Oh, Pikachu cute. Oh my gosh, look at Pika go. Go, Pika, go. Who cares about the credits? Just watch this the whole time. How adorable. Onyx is the guy that showed up at the last day of the group project and gets the same grade as you. No! Stupid Onyx. I hate that guy. How dare. The person in the group project that does none of the work and still gets to have the final grade. Pika, go! Are you ending soon? I think that we might go to Cerulean Cave. Do we still have friendos on? It's getting late. We still got some friendos. I say maybe we'll go to Cerulean Cave and catch some pocket monsters. Oh, I don't know. It's getting late. I mean, it's what, Thursday? Maybe we should end. I don't know. Who's online? Let me see if there's a cool landing spot for us to land. Is Oopsty online finally? Oops is online. Maybe we should rate Oopsty. He got vaxxed today. Oh, snap. He got vaxxed, so he's back to Animal Crossing. Maybe we could put some love in his chat. Vaxy boy. Vaxy boy has been poked. It's Wednesday? What? I thought it was Thursday. Oh. I may have stayed up too late for somebody that needs to get at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Oh no. You did it, Kenny. Lupus, we did it together. We did it together. You stay for the raid? Oh yes. I think that we're gonna go ahead and end. Now that we've beaten the game, we still have some more Pokemon to catch. And pretty soon, we're probably gonna play Let's Go Eevee for our next Pokemon game because I love these games so much. But we did great. It's also super late. It's 11 where I am, which is unusually late for me. But that's just because I had stuff to do, so we were super late to start the stream. Still squeezed out 4 sweet Pokemon hours. Hooray! Still 4 delicious Pokemon hours. I think that we're just gonna go ahead and raid out of this, you guys. So, let me say thank you so much for hanging out with me. Hope that y'all had a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, a wonderful noon, whatever time it is. Thanks so much for spending time with me, you guys. It was so much fun playing this game. Thanks, Alchemic, for watching over the chat. Thank you, Dai, for being an awesome sauce mod. Jedi, thank you for keeping everybody safe. And Arisa was also here watching over the chat. Thank you so much. Lemonberry, much love for being a VIP. Calico, Kivy, Kuri, Lupus, One Topic, and the Crane couple are all special beings that deserve a special shout out. And also, thanks so much for hanging out. Is Megan your name? Orensi? Is it Megan? I feel like I'm wrong there, but it might be. Thanks so much for being here, Revan. Much love. Hooray! Olivia. Oh, Sarah, dang it. Sarah, I was so far off. I'm sorry. Dang it. Megan. Sorry, Sarah. Sarah, thanks for being here. No. I'll try to remember. I'm so sorry. Okay, Sarah. Sarah, thanks so much for being here. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Oi, thanks for being here. Much love. Oi. Revan, much love to you, friendo. Shiny, thanks for being here, you sweet friendo. Oi, Dog and the Doggo, thanks for being here. Oh, here's the ending. Awesome sauce. Pikachu, stop being so cute. It's illegal. Hey, that's illegal. Oh my gosh, Pikachu picked some flowers. Pikachu picked flowers for me. Oh my, Pikachu. I love you, Pikachu. You're so cute. Oh my gosh, I know. Thank you so much for the follow. Is that Estefan, I think is the way to say that. I hope. Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'll be here tomorrow with some Stardew Valley if you want to hang out. Kuri's still here. Hooray! Dog and the Doggo. What's up? All right, you guys. We're gonna call it a night. We're gonna go say hi to my friend Oopsty. Thank you so much for being here. I would love to see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna do some Stardew Valley. I'm tempted to play Pokemon again. I've got to admit it. but we should play Stardew Valley because I said that we were going to do it every week, but we'll see. Much love. Thanks everybody for being here. Let's put some excitement in the chat for my friend Oops. He's a real sweet bean, a fantastic streamer, an absolute, just one of the sweetest people evers. Anti-Mondays, you came in at the end. Oh my gosh, we're already rating. Anti-Mondays, thanks for jumping in and saying hi. Here's a couple of messages that you can put in my friend Oops' chat. Please put some love in there. He just got vaccinated, so I'm sure that he could use extra love, you guys. Alfie, thanks for being here. It was nice to hang out. Oi! Captain Zanuck, thanks for being here. Bye-bye. Hope that y'all have a wonderful evening. Thanks so much for chilling with me. I wasn't fast enough to escape during the credit sequence, but you know what? It's still time to go say hi to Oopsie. I'll be here tomorrow, either playing Pokemon or I'll be playing Stardew Valley. I'm not really sure. Thanks for being here, guys. See you later. Nighty night. I love you all. And until next time, the Earl's out. Now let's go. Put some love in the chat for our friend Oopsie. Hooray. Go, 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 go. Goodness gracious. What a sweet stream. And we won the game. Thanks for watching the VOD. Toodaloo.